In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a
F is
show.
for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me.
Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand, fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand, fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find.
Good morning. morning, good evening, good afternoon, or whatever time frame it is for y'all. Welcome in. How we doing? Are y'all ready for round number 3 of the great Palia charity hunt? Round 3, y'all. It is already kicking off to be an amazing round. Let's move on over here. Hello. Hello, everybody. What's up, y'all? Are y'all ready? You ready for round 3? It is gonna be a wild ride. Look at that 125 stream streak. I'm jealous. Shelby Lou, I'm jealous. Don't remind me that my freaking streak broke. So welcome in, everybody. Y'all excited? Y'all ready? Round 3. It's already off to being a crazy round. We've already got donations like crazy coming in. So ready for all of that. I need to know why this one is not working. Let me refresh it. Refresh it, Jake Jones. Hello, everybody. I was gonna go through everybody and say hi individually, but please, hopefully y'all don't get mad. I'm not gonna do that today. But hello, everybody. Welcome in. I just want to kind of get stuff going, get things situated here. What are you doing? Go there. Got this up. Put you up there. I need. Why is poster not? Oh, thank you for the sub. We got these. I'll put your name on one of them, Mora. As soon as I figure out why. Oh. Why did that?
Lasha the Kozaikiki has joined the castle.
She changed her name. When did she change her name? Wait a minute, I'm confused now. Who's the Kiki? What? I'm confused. So I need to make sure. Hold on, because now I'm confused. Can somebody test Coaster's stream that link and make sure that works? I didn't think so. She changed her name. Okay, I need to fix that. Hopefully everybody else's is done right. She removed the NZ. All right, let me fix that. Man's charity. Poster. Throwing me off. It's fine. It just was throwing me off. I was confused. We gotta just make sure to let all the other streamers know so they can change their bots and stuff. That twerking Kenyatta is already hard at work today, y'all. Hard at work. We got it together, though. We got to figure it out. As soon as my mix it up works. All right, Mora, let me get you your ribbon. I haven't put the ribbons on the board yet, y'all, because y'all can't see the board when I do these events. Kathy's here. There we go. There you are, Mora. There is your rainbow ribbon for the month. All right, let me double check to make sure this works correctly now. All right, Coaster's link should work just fine now. Perfection. A raid train. A raid train. Raid trains are weird lately. They've been weird. But welcome in, everybody. Are we all excited for round 3? Waiting for everyone to undeafen. If mods can let their streamers know to undeafen, that would be greatly appreciated. Enemy fix. Boo boo. I need to fix this one. Interact. Push this over here. Like so. Go. Hello. We're waiting for others to undeafen, but hello, y'all.
Hello, hello.
Y'all already
I'll be
starting
ready.
early. It's crazy, y'all, already.
I
Oh.
am having some technical difficulties.
Not allowed.
Just trying. I know, right? It's rude. Uh, I'm trying to set up the audio, and so I set up a track, and then I press the source, and it's like not giving me the menu for the sources,
Oh.
and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that because I have my like this. Discord just goes straight through the desktop audio for me because I'm basic.
Rude.
I'm basic too.
What do you
I want to be.
use?
I want to be a basic bee.
I have everything going through my desktop.
I am on. So I don't have a desktop. I'm on a laptop, on a MacBook. And
You
I'm
lost
using
me
my
there.
Steam Deck. So no PC here.
Gotcha. I mean, I used a laptop for many years, but I was on a MacBook, but still a laptop, and I still always use the desktop audio.
I don't know how to do this. Okay,
Hey,
hold on.
Amanda.
Yes.
Could you accept the friend request you have from Elvira Einar?
I am not in the game, so I will not be able to do that. You don't.
Understood.
Never mind.
Yeah. I don't get into the game for these events because like I already have my stream deck and my stream going, and then all 5 of your all streams are on my screen. So if I'm in the game, like count my OBS to be fried. So
Okay.
Which is why
So we're not
guys-
meeting up on your plot then this
No,
time.
you do meet on my plot, but you go through the tour board.
Got you.
Yeah, but it's up on the tour, so you guys go through that. Who donated first? I don't know. The first donate was 45 minutes ago. Cole's
Yeah,
community.
my chat was going a little bit crazy.
I'm sitting over here just chit-chatting with Lindsay, going over everything, getting things situated, and all of a sudden I hear boom, 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 and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the hell's happening here? Scaring the shit out of me.
Me
It's
too.
fine.
I did that exact thing. I went, why is there already donations? Am I late? I looked at the clock.
It's
I did the
okay.
same thing.
I mean, I'm gonna be dead honest. I said, wait, we do early donations, and it's not Feisty's community.
I know, right?
uh,
My community is still sleeping. They're waking up. They're grabbing
We're
coffee.
I
we're
know,
small
that's-
but mighty.
Speaking of that, just really quickly, just so you know, Cole, you have already gotten your horse riding ability. So nobody do that for you anymore. I think that's the only one that is the one-timers at this current moment. Oh wait, no. Serenity also has their horse riding ability right now, so I'm not announcing the other stuff just yet. We'll get to that, but I just wanted to let y'all's community know that has already been purchased for y'all, so nobody else gets it, because then it makes it difficult. Because as the OGs say, they have people will have to come to the principal's office.
Sorry guys, I'm still trying to figure this out. I got the audio sources up, but it doesn't have the live on here. Why?
Is it because it's
Hold
a
on.
restricted channel? But I mean, I don't think that would be a problem because you have access to this channel.
Here, I'm gonna close Discord and then reopen.
Okay.
I will be back.
While we're waiting on that, just again, I wanted to reiterate things for you all. I did update. This is something kind of for Feisty, because Feisty's been here for beforehand. I removed the limit on ore compasses in your pocket, so you can have more than 5 in your pocket now.
That's
just so
amazing.
you know, that is there. On the rings for Royal Highlands, I don't feel like any of the rings really give you any boost on Starstones. So, I'm not gonna tell you all not to wear your rings at this current moment, because we haven't said it in the past for the other 2 rounds, but I don't really think it got anything. Feisty, you've gotten your horse riding ability.
Yay, my begging worked.
I'll go through all the other donations here in a few moments. While we wait for Cole to get back. Do y'all have any questions, comments, concerns while we're waiting, by the way, on how today is going to go? I still have a few more ground deals, but I'm waiting for Cole to come back to go through them all, but I can answer questions if you need them.
I think I bombarded you enough the other night.
Y'all are good.
I'm just checking out the scores, the top scores here, to see what we got to beat.
Yes, everything is updated. I've added some new stuff. I've done some new deco in the on the plot. Did that this morning.
I will say one of my mods is already asking for glitching lessons.
Most of the glitching
that will cost some rubies.
Most of the glitching in this plot came from Feisty. Feisty did a lot of work on this plot.
I'll take payment in rubies.
Yay,
no
Lizzie!
problem.
They say bet.
Whoa, Lizzie, you changed your name on us. But I'm glad you got your trophy. Speaking of trophies, are you all? I don't know if any of y'all are lurking still in my stream or not. But are y'all ready to see what
I'm getting there.
Grand Championship trophy looks like? Because it came in the mail.
I
Ah.
Yeah, I
want to
need
see
to
my
open your
trophy.
stream.
I will
I
say
need to open your stream.
this trophy is technically, I guess we're gonna call it the prototype. Lilu, aka Vanilla Crafting, will be making another one for the winner. Your name will actually go on the trophy, and it'll get mailed to you straight from her. Unfortunately, this got mailed with some other trophies, and during the shipping, one trophy hit this trophy, and it
Oh
broke.
no!
But I repaired it for visual, but I'm not gonna give you all a broken trophy, so we're gonna make a new one. But are y'all ready? Are y'all in the chat?
Yes.
I'm here.
Yep.
Thing is humongous.
Hello.
Here is the grand.
It's rainbow.
I
Oh,
said
that's
it
so
got
awesome!
repaired.
That's amazing.
So the Great Palia charity hunt will be on the
Oh my
front.
goodness, guys. That trophy is awesome.
The bottom lip will say presented by Behind the
so
Lash.
cute.
And then on the back, it'll say Grand Champion, Pride Edition, the year. It gets better, and then your name will go on the lip down here. So
Amazing.
there is the trophy. If you want size comparison, here is what each round's trophy looks like.
Oh wow!
Oh my.
That is
It's
quite the size difference.
huge.
Bigger is
y'all.
better.
Bigger is
So
better.
very special top winning trophy. So this is for whoever wins that grand championship round in July.
Sorry, guys. I'm still trying to figure this out.
You're good. With the top 5 contenders going for that one. But now, again, keep in mind, whoever wins this round will get this trophy as well, with their name on the back and stuff. So, big shout out to Lilu Paws for the design work and the building of them. Speaking of Lilu, other sponsors, I do want to give a big shout out to our sponsors this month, because thanks to them we were able to get the trophies. Elder Gay Guy donated the funds to purchase the trophies this year, and I really do appreciate that. Princess Jen, aka J Allen 445, donated the funds for the mystery outfits for the halftime mystery outfit giveaway and for the winner of each round. So we almost had to nix the mystery outfits this year because I wasn't going to be able to afford to do all of it myself this year. But thanks to the sponsors stepping up, we're able to do all of it. So appreciate all 3 of them for the work and providing the help to get the events to be such a success.
Thank you to the sponsors. Sorry, just want to say thank you, sponsors.
Yes,
I'm not
thank you
tech
to the
savvy, so I
sponsors.
cannot help you, Cole. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cole. I also am not technical.
So what's wrong with Cole?
Trying to get their sound, Discord sound through their OBS. Are you using OBS or Streamlabs?
Who's having problems with audio? Trying to get it through like a source?
It's Cole. I'm waiting for them to unmute so I can help them. But if they're even able to hear us right now.
Yeah, I have mine. I'm through Meld, and I just have it set up as a separate audio
Sorry,
source.
I do hear you. That was Serenity, right?
Yeah. What are you using to stream?
I'm using Meld.
Oh, so if you
customer.
wanna, I can help with Meld. So I'm using it as well currently. So in the audio mixer, I went plus on the audio sources, and then you go to select in the bottom how they've got the drop down arrows. If you select process sources and then select Discord as a separate source, you'll be able to have it through your stream.
So I'm not seeing process sources.
So
So I've got like my capture card under here, right? I've got my headset, and I've got
yeah, so if you hit
the
audio mixer and
MacBook.
then hit the plus.
Hit the little plus on the track.
So there should be a plus on audio mixer to add a new track.
Yep, I have added the track. So
Yep. So then on the bottom, so where
select
you've got
device.
like the little track each one for your microphone and all that. On the bottom of that, you'll have like a little drop down arrow to select like your microphone and stuff. And there's like audio sources, then search source, and then there's like input, output, and process sources. Does that come up for you?
No. For some reason.
Would it help
Hold
if Cole, maybe you stream your meld to us and maybe
Yeah, would you be able to share
Coaster
your
can see
screen and I
what's
can have a
missing?
look and get you set up?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Sorry,
Since
chat.
we're already in Discord. It's
Sorry,
okay. We'd rather get you
chat.
figured out
Okay,
so
we'd
they
rather
can
get it.
hear Amanda.
Coaster, you have gotten your horse as well, so that's the one done for you.
Yes. Thank you, Lorex.
Y'all are so nice. Thank you.
That's okay. That's what we're here for. We're here to help and we're here to work together for a good cause, right? Don't get me wrong. We're going to compete and have fun, but we're here to keep it.
Don't get it
Listen,
wrong.
that's fine. You can kick my butt in a minute. Or maybe
Yeah,
not.
I'll kick your
First
butt in
we
a
be
minute.
nice, we sugarcoat it, and then we kick ass.
Absolutely.
We're the reverse
So
of
where
the
am I
Sour Patch
showing you
Kid
guys
right
my
now.
screen?
Can you show it in the live chat in the channel that we're in now?
Yeah, okay, one sec.
Bear with us, guys. We're just assisting for some technical difficulties, and then we'll be back to our regularly scheduled program.
Hopefully.
No, we will be. You'll be fine.
Where did I pop out the window? Good gravy.
Don't talk about gravy.
It was 8:30 in the morning for me. I don't want to hear about gravy right now.
Are you sure?
Well, I kind of do.
But you ought to understand, gravy for me and gravy for you is two different things. I'm very sure.
Probably.
So
Yep.
gravy for me is a breakfast food.
Yeah,
And it
biscuits
might
and
be
gravy.
4:30 p.m. my time, but it is literally like 9:00 a.m. my time.
Okay,
in my
can
brain.
y'all see?
Hey, by the way, Coaster, they love your voice in my chat.
I love my voice. Oh my goodness. Okay, yes, I see it. So, go to your audio mixer.
Yeah, I've got a
Yep.
source down here, right?
So go down a little bit to select device.
Yep.
Click
And
that.
see, this is all that comes up. There's no scrolling
Click on
or
audio
anything.
mixer plus again. Just see if it comes up with another one. So delete that track, or yeah, plus again.
I'll delete that one.
And then scroll back across and then select device. That's strange.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't understand what it's doing. I think maybe I might have done something in one of my other scenes. Hold on.
Could you do layers and then maybe do Discord and then just hide the Discord like
Oh, that might work.
Put Discord behind the That's what I do with my
Yeah.
music.
Okay.
Like I have a song, my charity hunt intro music.
Okay, so we're
if-
just display
if I
capturing,
share-
right?
I'll share mine. Share.
Yay, I see you guys.
And you can see I've got my like Discord one set up, and then it's got audio sources, and then it's got input, output, and processes.
Oh my god, wait. I think that they can hear you now. Hold on.
Testing, 1,
Testing,
2, 3.
testing.
Anything but that.
Oops.
What's
Sorry.
happening?
Had a
Are we
little rip
testing?
moment.
Lord.
Okay, I think that they can hear us now.
All right, let me just check in my chat and double check that y'all can be heard. Can you all hear everybody else?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear the beautiful
us?
Amanda and the
Can you
beautiful
hear me?
Coaster and the beautiful everyone?
Do people in voices change it back?
Okay, somebody said hi, Amanda. So I'm assuming you can
Okay.
hear.
Okay, good.
Can you hear her?
Give us a yes
figure
in
it
Cole's
out?
chat, please.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I just need a yes, please.
Yes.
My community, go swarm Cole. Tell them
You
if
can
we
hear.
can hear you.
Okay,
Hear
okay,
everybody.
perfect.
Okay.
Everybody can hear.
We're
Jesus
good.
Christ.
Yay!
All right.
Okay.
We did it.
I'm gonna quickly try to go through things so we can get
Team.
ourselves rolling. So don't forget again, make sure when you guys send donations, you guys have so far been doing really well. Make sure in the comment section you put who your donation is for. If you're doing multiple donations, so if you're doing sabos and incentives, make sure you guys are being specific on. I'm very proud of myself. I just said that word correctly. On who gets what. So make sure that if you're gonna send an amethyst out and ground somebody, you're gonna say amethyst for Cole, grounding Feisty, or vice versa, whatever. But make sure that it's done. If not, you'll have to come back to my chat and let me know. It makes it even harder if you do it anonymously because then we have to figure it out from there. So just make sure you guys put in the comment section who they're for. And that comment section is for that final page. So when you get to check out, there's a comment section there. That's where you need to put it. Not in the individual reward section because I don't get to see those. We tried to do that to begin with, but it doesn't show for me where we look at things. Really quickly, something I've started this round is I would like to do a little intro so that you can introduce yourself, tell us, kind of what games you're going to play, pronouns, that kind of stuff like that. If we can do that, that would be great. We'll start with Serenity, who in my chat, if you see the wheels, will be competitor 1. Go ahead, Serenity.
Hi.
So tell us your name, kind of what
Oh.
you play, your pronouns, that kind of stuff.
Sorry, we were geeking over your rainbow tiara on the plot.
That was fun.
Impressed. Hello. It's so gorgeous. But hello, hi. I'm Serenity. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a variety streamer. We are very pride friendly around in my community, and apparently my chat is being sleuts today for pride. So, competitors, you better watch out.
All right, Coaster. Oh, speaking of Coaster, before you guys do it, other streamers, if you guys have links to some streamers, Coaster's name did get changed today. So
Sorry for the
remove
confusion.
the NZ.
The link still seems to work, but it went
I
from
caught that last night and I updated it.
Yeah, it
and
did
I
not work for my end.
and did not think that it would happen that fast, so my apologies. So yeah, I'm Coaster. I'm from the South Island of New Zealand. It's 8:30 in the morning on Sunday for me. We're hanging out. I play Palia. I recently made Twitch partner. We're very, very excited to be here. I've been wanting to compete in one of these for a long time, and I'm so stoked to be with you, amazing group of humans. My pronouns are she, her. And yeah, we're just here to vibe and hang out.
Alrighty, Cole.
Hi, friends. I'm Commander Cole. My pronouns are they, them. I just started streaming in September, so I'm just a little guy. I like to play a lot of Palia. We like a lot of cozy games, but also I'm okay to mix it up with some horror every now and then. But yeah, that's me.
Alrighty, Feisty.
Hi, my name is Jen or Jennifer, never Jenny, and I'm always feisty. And sometimes I'm human, sometimes I'm a fox. We play a ton of Palia, brand new Palia partner as of last month, and Twitch partner. We are all Palia all the time right now. And sometimes we play some games off stream.
Thanks, Jenny.
And any of the glitches you see here, including that beautiful crown, you can simply have me come over and help you build one for the cost of a ruby in this beautiful charity competition. And yes, I'm throwing it down that fast.
Alrighty, and last but certainly not least, my brain just
Hi,
really breaks.
I'm
Sorry.
Shy. I'm a Palia streamer. I'm cozy, border on the line of chaos, to be honest. My community brings out the crazy in me, but yeah, I go by pronouns of she, her, and I'm just excited to be here today.
Okay, so when we get started, let me go over a few of these things. By the way, I see that you're in my chat already, Rick Rods. I need to know who that was for. Thank you, Lindsay, already on that. All right, let's go over this, all these rewards real quick, and then we'll get started. Starting with the one that I started an hour ago.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Cole got gifted a gold and a silver. Cole got gifted a garnet. Cole got gifted an amethyst. Cole got gifted a ruby. Serenity.
What?
You got gifted an ore compass and an amethyst. Serenity also got gifted a party up.
You guys are so early with the donations. I wasn't expecting
Serenity got gifted an emerald. Feisty got gifted an amethyst. Feisty got gifted an ore compass. All right. So that's all the gifting that happened before we started. So there is that. If y'all want to go ahead and head, did y'all notice all the fun rainbow kitsus staring at y'all in the gazebo as you all get started?
Sure did.
I added stuff today. And the
I've been
stone
running around the plot this entire time.
The stone that does not matter at all this month in the center. Because Palia decided to start that a day after the first round. But it'll definitely be activated for the Grand Championship round, just so you all are aware. We will have the Sunstone part of the Grand Championship round. All right, if y'all want to go ahead and head to the boards, again, you guys get to go wherever y'all want to go. Before you go, just load up the board in the gazebo. I will see it on everybody's screen. When I see it on everybody's screen, that's when I will give you guys the go ahead to start. Go ahead and just open up the stable, the board, Feisty.
Sorry, I was answering. I was talking at the same time.
You're good. All right, and you all may, as soon as my timer starts, if you'd like to be delayed, begin. Also, keep in mind, when you all start an ore compass, please let me know that it got started and ended, or let me know that you want to do an ore compass. I'll let you know whether you can do an ore compass, and then let me know when it ends as well. Same with the party ups. Also, just so you know, the party ups down under, you guys, I see some people have people in their party already. The waiting room for you all is unsecured, but the party room is secured. You do have access. You should be able to move your people down to the party if you guys want, and then you guys can move down to the party during that party up time that you're going to have.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my ore compass, by the way.
Perfect. Go ahead. And starting off already, Shy, I need you to catch me a fish, please. I need to stop mining and catch a fish for me. Coaster got gifted an emerald. Feisty, you got gifted another ore compass and an aquamarine. All right, y'all, we're off. We're off and we're already. And because we've raised so much money already to start off, I am going out to let you guys know on a few twists. Some standard twists we already have. Don't forget, we do have a rainbow set bonus. So if you mine one of every stone in the game, well, besides the sunstone, you will get a bonus of 20 points. Also, for the month of June, because it's Pride Month, if you get a rainbow kitsu, the gay bird, or a rainbow fish, you get 30 points. It's only one and done, so you can't get 30 points from getting a kitsu and 30 points from getting a fish. If you get one of the three, you get 30 points. That's a period end thing there.
I did catch my fish.
Perfect, thank you. Commander Cole, you got gifted an ore compass. Serenity, you got a piece of gold. I also didn't talk a lot about the gold, silver, and platinum, just to refresh on how that works. They are a ranking system. So the streamer with the most of them, so one silver, gold, and platinum, they're separated. Whoever's got the most will get 20 points. Second place will get 15 points. Third place gets 10 points. And fourth place gets 5 points. If you are last, you don't get any points. And there was a little confusion last round, just so you're aware, these points are activated as they go. So they will change, they will add as the rankings change.
The person who gifted me the gold, they said it should have been 2 gold.
You are correct. It is 2 gold. Shy, you got gifted a ruby. Coaster, you got an ore compass. So those are the 2 twists. I'm also going to activate another fun twist into the
I'm
game.
starting my ore compass.
Perfect, thank you. And we are going to activate the silver wing. So at any time, if you head back to your home and check your silver wing, if the egg that you get today is green, you're going to get a 15-point bonus. 15-point bonus for a green egg from your silver wing. Feisty has another ore compass.
Thank you. That's 3, right?
By my calculations, that is correct.
Including the one I already am using. Just so I...
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Is mom in the chat? I hadn't seen her, so I haven't said anything. All right, y'all, we are off. We are already over $4,000 overall. This total, by the way, is from all of the rounds. So, all right, Jen's gonna jump in and help until mom gets in here. Yeah. So we will open up our rocks here in just a few moments. Let's check in on one of our streamers and see how we're doing, because I don't have any of them open.
Let me know.
So let's
Okay,
hear.
there's no rocks over here.
Hi Em, how are you doing, love?
Whee!
Welcome in.
Run. Run, Commander Colt. Run. Oops. Not me absolutely hitting that pole. Come on, come on, come on. Seems good? Okay. You could turn it up a smidge. Got you. I got you. I got you. Okay. Game. How's that? Okay, you know what? We're gonna run into Bahari now.
Feisty just got gifted an aquamarine.
Mama Tortilla. Yeah. Mama Tortilla.
Thank you.
What a name.
Feisty just got gifted an aquamarine.
Thank you.
Damn. All right, let's do this. Lock in, chat. We got this. We got this. Run.
All right,
No.
y'all. With
Commander Colt,
when I give
what are
out
you
the
doing?
totals today, just so you know, it is going to be the total that we have raised over the whole month. And we are currently at $4,200 raised.
Mommy!
So
Mommy!
I believe
Mama!
we started at
Mama!
3,800
Mama!
today. So
That's
we've already
so
raised so much
awesome.
already today. Thank you guys so much for the donation.
Jesus Christ.
Today. So we've already raised so much already today.
That's
Thank you guys so much for
amazing.
the donations.
That's gonna help so much. Oh my gosh. Y'all, that's gonna.
I'm enjoying this so much. I hope Shy wins. Aw, well, we'll see. I mean, we just started, so it's anybody's game. Anybody's game. Mama, welcome in. Mama, let me know, I guess, whenever you're ready. Jen was gonna step in and help you until you got in here, but doesn't matter. Whichever one of y'all is ready first.
The compass definitely comes in handy because it can point me in the right direction.
No, I think it was.
It's up in here.
Was it 34? Maybe it was 34. So we've already, yeah.
Ooh, nice,
I don't remember.
Chunky little
It's in the sheets.
chopper. Maybe we should start it at a different freaking map. This one is not
I can look right here.
providing.
Yeah, we started at 33.45. So we are $145 away from 1,000 raised today.
Silver.
Okay, so correction, we started today at 33.45, which means we are $145 away from $1,000 raised today alone so far. 33.45, which means we are $145 away from $1,000 raised today alone so far.
Just not gonna read it.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start it. Mom, just let me know when you're ready. Jen's gonna start it out. Y'all can communicate with each other.
Showing up on the thing, so if you guys are getting, why are you not using your compass? Because I'm not just gonna bypass.
Mining the rock is live.
I know, that's amazing.
Go in my chat. Y'all can mine your rocks.
GG's community. I mean, there was how many rubies for my competitors already donated though? Oh my lord, you guys. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Finally a quartz. Oh my lord. I'll organize my pockets when it makes sense to.
We do have some random. I think we have two random chaoses. So let's get a chaos wheel up here.
It worked for me. Oh, is this in the? Can I? Thank you.
What do we got here? Streamer 3. That is Commander Cole. All right, y'all. Our first random chaos wheel is decided to give us.
Yeah, I will be going.
Commander Cole just got gifted an aquamarine from Random Chaos.
I don't get them very much.
Commander Cole just got gifted an aquamarine from Random Chaos.
Stinking random chaos.
Alright, we have one more random chaos to give y'all. By the way, if y'all are in chat, let me see those random chaos emotes. We got random chaos emotes now. Alright, random chaos is doing the same thing today as it did yesterday. More giveth. Our second random chaos wheel has decided to giveth Feisty an emerald.
Thank you, Random Chaos.
Feisty an emerald.
Oh, yay. Thank you, Random Chaos.
Serenity just got donated a ruby and another party up.
That would not be good.
Excuse me? Just got donated a ruby.
Oh my gosh.
And another party up.
Excuse me?
We are $15 away to have raised $1,000 already today. $15 away, and we would have raised $1,000 so far. already today.
Green Moment
$15
Tortilla.
away, and
How's
we've
it
won
going?
$1,000 so far.
That's so awesome. I mean, yes, we want to win, but it's money for charity, yes. But I'm trophy driven. Ooh, silver. I'm trying to get the silver up. Yes, we're going for other things, but I'm trying to get the silver up.
All right, let's check in over here on Shy. So Shy's doing.
Yes, you can add me in the game.
Julie, hello, Julie. How are you, love? And hello, Andy.
It's the same as on Twitch.
Thank you, M, for the and Shelby Lou for the random chaos emote.
There you go.
Jasmine, I see you, love. Welcome in, love. Studs, I see you, my dear. Boom.
I just won't accept it until after the charity event.
Ooh, look at Lindsay getting all the
Dad.
curtsies today.
Dad, can you share this? If you go to my Discord and steal
Hello?
the pose.
Go over to Serenity and see how Serenity is doing.
All right. So yeah, anybody who's potentially doing party up, if you're in the VC, I'm going to assume that you are ready to be pulled. If you step away from your computer, if you go take care of your kids, if you do anything like that, just pop out of the VC so I know that you are not available. Okay.
Commander
That way I won't pull
Cole
you.
just got donated a
I do have to be
garnet.
back up. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Commander Cole just got donated a garnet.
Or just make sure I know if you're gonna stay in there that you are not here. And I'm honestly not gonna remember it moment of. Also, am I taking a good path in you Bahari miners? Am I doing
FeistyStreams
good?
just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Am I taking good paths or am I doing terrible?
I have
Thank
a
you.
question.
Feel free to-
FeistyStreams just
Yes?
got gifted
Do I
a
have
piece
my
of
horse?
platinum.
You
Who
backed
asked
out for
that?
now?
I have
Okay.
a question. Me, Cole.
Cole.
Do I have my horse?
Yes?
Do I have my horse?
Yes. Yeah?
Okay.
I think so. Let me double check.
Me, Cole. I thought
Yes.
so, but I wasn't sure. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah?
Okay.
I think so. Let me double check.
I thought so, but I
Yes.
wasn't sure. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Happen if needed. Okay. Actually, can I hold on, I need to do fuck. I need to... Hey, Brandon or Kayla, can you give Delilah mod privileges in the Discord real quick? Ooh, Jasper.
Serenity
Hey, Delilah,
just
you're
got
lucky.
gifted an amethyst.
Delilah's gonna temp mod for us today.
Serenity
Lindy?
just got gifted an amethyst. And Shy just got gifted an aquamarine.
What are you doing?
And Shy just got gifted an aquamarine.
I think
Who
we met
don't
the
have
goal.
their horse?
I think we met 1,000 for sure. We are 20 away from the bigger goal. If you can figure it out, just give a tosser the mod role. Wait, okay,
Lindsay, we need to update on that on my sheet. I don't have that on my sheet.
If not, can you just copy paste her the information
Thank
I
you,
shared
Lindsay.
the other night about
I just realized that's not on my incentives or Sabo
charity
list.
commands? And I can do it during a break. She's
Oh, yeah,
not
my
home yet
archivist did
anyway.
end, by the way.
She's not home yet anyway. I just wanted
Thank
to.
you.
I'm gonna wait
She was in
just a
chat, so I
quick
just quickly did
few
it.
minutes. Oh yeah, my archivist did end. By
Question.
Yes,
So if we want to switch maps, we can do that whenever, right? From like
Absolutely.
the
Yep.
stable boards.
Yeah, as long as the only thing y'all can't do is use your friends to server hop. And if you are sabotaged to a room, to an adventure zone, you can't leave that adventure zone until Sabo's up. Otherwise, you're free to go. To a room,
Okay, awesome.
to an
Thank you.
Adventure zone, you can't leave that adventure zone until Sabo's up.
Okay,
Otherwise, you're
alright.
free to go. All right, Mama, you
Okay,
good to
awesome,
go
thank
to take over so Jen doesn't have to? I'm assuming by that
Out of
message that means you are.
curiosity, where are we on the leaderboard right now? Points wise? Anybody who has Amanda's stream up?
All right, we have another chaos wheel, so let's get that going. More chaos. Chaos wheel. Chaos wheel.
Oh, wait, I don't have
Chaos
anybody
wheel.
ready to party up.
Chaos wheel.
Okay, I will wait until I have 3. I'm at 56, 3rd place. Okay, right in the middle, that's wonderful.
All right, y'all. The Chaos Wheel has
You can
spoken
mod it,
again,
reset
and
it
it
again.
is
Okay,
giving
thank you for
out
sending the info. I'll
more
mod
and
her
more
in
and
the
more.
descriptor.
All right, y'all.
Yeah,
Everybody
you know what?
just
We'll
got
mod for
gifted
us,
an
'cause Kayla's gonna
emerald.
be,
Giving out more and more and more. Everybody just got gifted an emerald.
Ooh, free points.
Dilly, hello,
Yeah, okay.
Lottie, hello, welcome
Delilah's
in.
gonna attempt mod for us while, since Kayla, we are down Kayla today for most of the day anyway, because she has mom duties to do. She's got more important things to do than hang around with me. You have to leave in like 10 minutes. Yeah, that's why. So Delilah's gonna help the mods mod today.
All right, y'all. We have raised over $1,000 already today. We are now overall only $40 away from $4,500. We are now
That's
overall
amazing.
only $40 away from $4,500.
Heckin' mom duties. They're important duties though.
Oh my God, the starred bug has been
Okay, she has to go.
a major feature in the last 2 rounds. We'll see. We'll see how the starred bug plays today. If we get some competition.
My ore compass is out.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll see. We'll see if we get some more starred bugs today, because the last 2 rounds, the starred bug has been
Do I have 2 ore compasses,
devastating.
Ram? Or 1?
Devastating.
Actually, how many ore compasses and party ups do I have? Is it 2 parties,
Tons of
1
epic
ore
bug.
compass?
Well, we don't have epic bug, starred bug, but not epic bug. All right, let's move over to Costa and see how Costa's
Hello,
doing.
hello, welcome in, welcome in.
All right, everybody now has their horse riding ability. Shy, you now have your horse. All right, everybody now has their horse
Thank
riding
you.
ability. Shy, you now have your horse. $10 more dollars, and I will release another twist into the game, y'all. $10 more dollars. $10 more dollars, and I will release another twist into the game, y'all. $10 more dollars. And it's, ooh, doing some drums. Hey, M, have you seen, look, before you go, here's the Grand Championship trophy for
Alex, I hope you're doing good.
whoever wins the July 18th, the top 5 streamers from the month will compete July 18th. And this is the trophy that the winning streamer will get. Now, don't forget, all rounds, all winners of every round will get the original trophy. But the Grand Championship trophy, we got a bigger one. You know, just be quiet. Love that. Thank you. I appreciate it, y'all. Feisty just got gifted a piece of gold. Feisty just got gifted a piece of gold. Check in on Cole.
More gold, more
Thank
gold.
you.
Take that, ore compass. I ain't even using an ore compass. How about them apples? Huh?
How about them apples?
How about them frickin' apples? How about...
Cole, why are you always talking about food?
Okay.
Cole, why are you always talking about food?
Listen, I stay hungry, okay? Listen, I stay hungry, okay?
Feisty, you got gifted the ability to use slime potions.
Fabulous.
Feisty, you got gifted the ability to use slime potions.
I stay hungry.
Fabulous.
I need Brit in my chat, please. Brit Texan in my chat. I need Brit in my chat, please. And I need everybody but Feisty to stop what they're doing and catch me a bug.
If they give us jam,
Just any bug, regular bug.
Everybody but Feisty to stop what they're doing and catch me a bug.
I got you.
Just
Don't
any
you
bug,
worry.
regular bug.
I'll catch a bug.
Serenity, you got gifted another ore compass.
I've caught my
Serenity,
bug.
You got gifted another
Perfect, thank you.
compass.
I have also caught my bug.
I've
Perfect,
caught
thank
my
you.
bug.
Perfect, thank you.
I have also caught my bug.
Perfect, thank you.
You guys. Yeah, for behind the lash streaming, that's gonna be a common one. You guys are gonna
I got my bug.
have to
Perfect, thank you.
do.
I got my bug.
Perfect, thank you.
It's these
Oh,
cats.
what'd you get, Jen? What are we having for dinner?
These cats out of here.
I was literally just thinking about ordering something.
I got my bug.
They're all
Perfect, thank
around
you.
me. Got one menacingly looking at me through a box.
I
Two
got
guys
my
sitting
bug.
here.
Do what? Perfect, thank you. Okay.
Oh my god, cat. Stop it. No, he's taking stickers off my desk.
Hello, Principal. So I had somebody just before you give Feisty that slime potion ability. So is there something else you would like to do with that $20 donation?
I'm gonna switch maps, I promise. No, that's okay.
The crown badge, anybody can get that crown badge with
break,
2 gifted subs this month. You'll get that crown badge, Em.
Giveaway. So I'm like,
Or Julie, sorry.
When I switch maps here, I'll start the giveaway. Gonna repair.
Yeah, so just let me know, Brit. $20 you can do.
Horses.
There's a few things for it. Somebody
you guys
just
can start
before
doing
you
giveaways.
gave Feisty the slime potion. So I need to know what you want your $20 to be used for because he already got the slime potion. They literally came in right before you.
Yeah, well, no, they're always like this.
Just let me know what you want that $20 to be used for, love.
Silver wing. Oh
No
my
problem.
goodness. So how much time is left in the first hour? 30.
Go over to Shy here.
I got an obsidian kitsu.
Oh my god, who was that?
I have
Shy.
Shy.
How dare?
I got an obsidian
Okay,
kitsu.
so I didn't talk about this a lot. The Kitsu
Shy.
is a spin of the chaos wheel. It's a different chaos wheel. It's my in-game chaos wheel. I will spin this wheel, and whatever it lands on, Shy gets to decide who gets this, whether it's a sabotage or an incentive. So let's see what we got. Can y'all hear the wheel? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if Discord picks up the wheel or not.
It did at first. Yeah.
Also, man, I'm at my silver wing.
Okay, go ahead.
It did at first.
I got a green egg.
Green egg. That is 15 points for Feisty.
Yes. Thank you.
Shy. The wheel landed on an amethyst. Would you like to keep your amethyst or give it to a competitor?
I'm gonna be a little selfish this early in the game. I'll be nice later on.
I figured as much. All right, so your Kitsune has given you an amethyst. Congratulations.
And JDM doesn't count towards like ore or anything.
That is
like
correct.
That, right?
JDM does not count for anything. And just to give you all a heads up again, JDM does not give you anything that you're gonna get. So keep that in mind.
Come on,
I'm also
Shy,
starting
don't lie
to
to
look
us
up
during Pride Month.
Why?
You all have to give me just a second for me here, you all.
But I
Welcome in, Raiders!
And then I'm starting an Orc Epist.
I heard you, Feisty. Go ahead. Living today. With your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the raid. Let's have some fun.
I am also going to use my Ore Compass. I have one, correct?
Who was that?
It's really
It's Cole.
Cole. Okay, Cole, go ahead.
I am also going to use my Do I have one though, right? Or more?
That is correct. You have one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Do I have one though, right? Or more?
Feisty just got gifted an Onyx.
If someone wants to donate 20, so I can.
Thank you.
This, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Welcome in, K-Fears. How was your stream? What are you all up to? By the way, my name is Amanda. Oh, we're in ad break. I'm sorry, y'all. We're in ad.
I forgot I have my horse.
Okay, Brett hasn't said anything back there. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. We got a two-wheel spin today, y'all. I'm excited.
I got cheese. I can't believe I got a kitsu.
Coaster, you just got gifted a garnet. You got 2 ore compasses and an amethyst. Coaster, you just got gifted a garnet.
Holy. Okay, thank you.
Had a fishing party. Oh, did you use the chum buckets? I'm excited for those. I've only gotten to use one so far because I've been doing a lot of these
I'm going
charity
to use
events.
one of the ore compasses now.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Though I'd probably use all my bug bombs for that.
I'm going to use one of the ore compasses.
All right, so don't forget, we still have the silver wing activated twist. I'm also going to activate another one. This one is the Kilima or Bahari pile, one or the other. If you get something rare from the pile, you will get 20 points. If you get something rare from the pile, you will get 20 points.
Ooh, I feel like I need to go to the bug bomb.
It is down here.
Check it.
Okay, that was rude.
Whew, it's already crazy, y'all.
When you do your MS fundraiser, I will do more because that saved me on taxes last year.
$4,700, y'all. Don't forget, y'all, those are coming in with the raid. If y'all have not mined your rock yet, it's a channel point redemption. You guys can up the chat points in the chat that are down here. You see the chat button? That's points that you all have obtained by mining your rock here.
Sorry, I'm looking for stones, not just on the compass here.
But yeah, so we're raising money for It Gets Better. We do this every year. Well, we do it every month for different charities. But this is the big one we do every year. We actually have 10 rounds of 50 streamers participating, raising money, doing this competition. And for a chance for glory, and you get a winner each round gets a trophy.
It bounced me.
And then the top 5 streamers of the month will go on and compete July 18th for the Grand Championship.
Don't get the pile.
And that round is actually going to be featured on It Gets Better's page, and I think we're trying to get it to be on the front page of Twitch too. Last year we raised $26,000 for It Gets Better. I've got a goal of $20,000 to be conservative, but hopefully we can surpass that.
Oh, why do I feel like somebody's already been through here? I'm not finding anything in here.
So we're on the way right now, y'all. We've had 2 rounds so far. This is our 3rd round. We're only 30 minutes in this round. We've already raised well over $1,500 this month, this round.
Yes, exclamation point pride in the chat if you guys want a chance to
Toaster,
win
you just got gifted
rainbow,
another ore compass.
plushie sets in Palia, not in real life.
Thank you.
Toaster, you just got gifted another ore compass.
Okay, a ruby naturally.
Brent, are you still trying to figure out what you're gonna do with that 20 love?
If you play Palia, definitely do exclamation point pride in the chat. We will be doing a rainbow plushie set giveaway for every
Check
hour
in on
we
Cole
challenge
here.
Yes, start garnet. Start garnet. I want to get a sapphire, and then that way I can move to
Water. I was like, I have
I can
something
move to
liquid to
Elderwood.
drink in here somewhere.
Oh my god, is it in here? Where is this? There's something in. And I drowned. I drowned.
No
What cherries do
drowning.
you have?
Not allowed.
You know what? Fine. Fine.
No
that way.
drowning. Not allowed.
She's everywhere.
If you didn't know, I'm always watching.
She knows. She knows.
If you didn't know, I'm always watching.
Always watching.
Okay. So there's only 2 I need from Bahari.
Feisty just got gifted
Iceman,
a
doing
ruby.
Good. Hope you're well.
Thank
Feisty
you.
just got gifted
Okay,
a
I've drowned
ruby.
twice now.
Ruby.
Yay! What did you say about no drowning? Thank you. Okay,
No
I've drowned
drowning.
twice now. What did you say about no drowning?
I'm gonna start making a minus 2 points
Somebody-
for every drowning moment. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Somebody needs to talk to the devs about this one stone.
I'm gonna start making a minus
Somebody-
2 points for every drowning moment. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Somebody
I'm
needs to
kidding.
talk to the devs about this one stone. It's very rude. Yep, I give up. Dude, goddamn Kitsu, I know it. See? No one let me get it! Thank you for the rupee.
Coaster just got gifted a piece of gold. Coaster just got gifted a piece of gold. We are now $150 away from $5,000
If
raised.
you guys haven't guessed, we need to mine for this challenge.
We are
need
now
stones for this challenge.
$150 away from $5,000 raised.
All the stones.
Ooh, something is flared over here. Okay. Well, good. That's the direction I need to go for the loot pile.
I got a dowsing rod from my pile.
Okay.
Who was that?
Oh, Cole.
Oh, thank
I
you.
got a dowsing rod from my
A
pile.
dowsing rod is something rare, so that's 20 points for Cole.
Oh, Cole.
GG's. Oh, thank you. A dowsing rod is something rare, so that's 20 points for Cole. GG's.
All right, manifest me something rare, you guys. Thank you for the lurk. Manifest me something rare. Where are we, by the way, on the... Oh my gosh, we're almost to $5,000 raised. I blink, and the thing has changed so much.
It's crazy.
Anything up here? Zilch. Nada. Not a thing up here. Okay.
Crazy. If this continues the way it's going, y'all, we should have a new leader in this month's scoring out of
Manifest
this.
me the... Are you kidding? I sometimes
Exclamation
hate
mark
clicks in this
charity
game.
rank will let you know what our current rank
Passion.
is.
Come on now.
I think
Okay.
I updated that. I hope I did. I updated it on the board, but did I update that?
We gotta go.
I don't know if I updated that.
That glitching is so bad. It is.
I did
'Cause
not
I have to wait
update
for my
that.
stamina to come back.
Maybe and Spooky are out, and Butterfly Garden Gaming
Before I get the
and
file? Okay, got it. Sir, yes, sir.
Angel is in. I'll have to fix that. But the top three are still correct.
Ooh, what's
Hi,
Flo down
Angel.
there? Oh, it's a freaking Flochi.
How's Angel today?
Flochis are
Speaking
the
of
least
Angel.
important things here.
Cole, you just got gifted another ore compass. Brit, we're still waiting on Brit. Brit responded back to me, and I just haven't missed. I've missed it.
Okay.
I'll just leave that hanging for now.
Amanda, I'm going for my loot pile here in a sec.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Amanda, I'm going for my loot pile here in a sec.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm just running just a little bit more. Just not even going to dignify with what I got there with the response. I'm just not even going to dignify.
Was it a
with what
tomato?
I
I didn't look.
got there with the response. It was corn.
Corn, just as bad. Okay. Was it a tomato? It's corn. It's got juice.
It was corn.
Corn, just as bad. Okay. Working interesting being on the watching side of it. I know, right, Angel?
That's a freaking corn. Are you kidding? Oh, good. That is not a fair item. I can
Bad boy.
Excuse
me, y'all.
Just lost us 30 points.
Frick this corn. Oh my god. Horse, please. Horse, please! I mean, there's a lot of things
Toaster,
you
you
can do
just
with
got
corn.
gifted an
Alright,
ore
don't give me that
compass.
face. Alright.
Feisty, I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred bug, please.
That's what I figured.
Feisty, I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred bug, please.
Oh gosh. Star bug. Just passed something. Probably scared the shit out of it. Oh, this is not a good place for starred bugs. This is not a good place for starred bugs.
Also, we are just $100 away from $5,000 raised. Also, we are just $100 away from $5,000 raised. We have 22 minutes left in the first hour. 22 minutes left.
Nope.
We have
Didn't
22
think so.
minutes left in the first hour. 22 minutes left.
Horrible place. There's people everywhere.
Angel!
Get me out of here.
Thank you, Angel, for the
I
gifted.
can't hit rocks.
I'll make sure to add stickers to your
I don't think
your
I can hit rocks.
do I have yours
Have
up here?
a thing.
No, I have yours already up. I'll make sure to add stickers
That
to
looks
your ribbon.
One of the worst places for bugs.
Thank you for them. Giving Melancholy
Oh,
Fairy,
my compass. Yeah, it's not
Silas,
either.
Whispering Eye,
Okay.
Willow Sapphire, and thank you all. Aw, more thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that, y'all. I don't have to do all
I
that.
know I can use slime.
Oh, we have another.
I'm not
We have another
using it unless
mystery
it's in the
or another
slime
chaos
area.
wheel. I didn't even realize we
Oh,
missed
no,
the
it's
chaos wheel. Let's get a
coming.
chaos wheel going. Jenna! Stop it.
Oh my gosh, I can't.
Stop it
hit
right now,
Yes.
y'all. It's charity day.
Do not
Let's
start.
spin this wheel. Thank you for the 1,000.
The other ones is like the worst place. Looking for me some starved frogs.
All right, y'all. The chaos wheel has decided to stop giving. And wants something in return. Serenity, I need you to catch me a starred fish, please. Serenity, I need you to catch me a starred fish, please.
I'd rather take the starfish.
I bet you do, Feisty. I bet you would.
Nothing starred. It's fine. Okay, I'm having slime. You're not starred either.
Starred bug is
Not
literally
one,
the
they think
kryptonite of
those
2026.
are infected, not. Okay, let's go to the other section. My god, this is the worst. The worst!
It is the
Get
kryptonite.
sabotage. Alright, everybody sabotage everybody. Starred bugs for me. Touch them all, 'cause I'm passing
Poster,
all
you just
these
got gifted a
stones.
piece of silver.
You might hear some cursing out of me. It happens.
Coaster, you just got gifted a piece of silver.
Where's all the bugs?
Shy, you just got gifted a Palia.
I just go down to that BC, right?
Yeah, so I would say get your party up set up first. As soon as you go, as soon as you let me know you're ready and you go down there, that's when I start your timer.
Okay.
So I would say get your party up set up first. As soon as
Okay.
Are these two of your two parties? Because I can move them for you if you want me
Where's all
to.
the boxing bugs?
Yes, those two are my party.
I gotta move to your party for you. Save you some time there.
Yes, those two are my party.
I gotta move to your party for you.
I can't.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move down there while they get
Perfect.
moved over
I'm
here.
gonna lose my mind.
My ore compass just finished.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move down there while they get.
Oh my lord.
My ore compass just finished.
Thank you.
I got my fish. My starred fish.
Thank you kindly. What'd you get? Anything yummy?
I got my fish. My starred The feathered minnow.
Never
The
mind.
first
Okay,
one
cool.
I got, by the way,
Anything
I
else?
would just like to know that I got a chest and had to run across the map to a different water.
Oh no, chaos.
I would just like to know that I got a chest and had to run across
so
the map
dirty.
to a different water.
Oh no. Tell me, Lily, for the 100 biddies. Oh god, is this still going? I didn't even realize the hype trade was still going.
Oh, I need to get out of here. Nothing has been started here.
The starred bug
fails me.
hits again.
Yeah, they're gone. They're not here. They don't exist. We just wasted an entire ore compass.
My ore compass has run out.
Thank you. Coaster, you also got gifted a piece of platinum.
My ore compass has.
My ore
run out.
compass had
Oh,
had
thank you.
also ended.
Thank you.
Still looking for the
Coaster, you also
stinking
got gifted
bug.
a piece of platinum. The starred bug is the kryptonite of
Still looking for the
2026.
stinking bug.
The starred bug is the kryptonite of 2026.
Oh my god.
Feisty, to make you feel better, you just got gifted a ruby, and we are now over $5,000 raised.
Oh my goodness, thank you. I did catch my start bug, by the way. Thank you for that, Ruby. And how much time is left in the first round to determine if I can use the
16 minutes. So if you want to pop it right now, pop it.
Alright, I will wait.
All right.
Or wait, no, I'll pop it.
All right, pop it now.
Thank you.
Pop it right now? Pop it.
Alright, I will wait. Or wait, no, I'll pop it.
All right, pop it now.
I'm popping. They last for 15 minutes, so I missed. It's. Do we go back to the Elder Woods? Because I passed.
Feisty, you got gifted another ore compass.
We'll go back there later. It is what it is.
Feisty, you got gifted another ore compass.
Yay! Marine start. Oh, we're staying here.
Just so Lindsay can hear me. Lindsay, Britt decided to give that as an ore compass.
That's a good sign, right? I got my start bug. We got the start aquamarine. Sabo the competition. Start bugs. They love start bugs.
Thank you all for the hype train, y'all. I appreciate it.
The Elder Woods.
Y'all are amazing.
Apparently they don't live there.
I appreciate it.
Bugs, take me out of my map. Oh, there was some here. I did not see.
Also, just so you know, since we hit 5,000, I decided we're gonna do both piles. So you all have opportunity out of both piles to get something rare. Kilima and Bahari. Both piles. So both of them are available. Out of both piles to get something rare. Kilima and Bahari.
Ooh, okay. So I
Both
gotta
of
go
them
Bahari.
are available.
I had no ore showing up. How is that possible? Is my ore compass broken?
It's always so hard for me to get the stones that's needed from here.
I did want to let you know that I have opened up both piles. Kilima and Bahari piles. Both of them are going to be available. It's not just one or the other. It's going to be both of them now, okay?
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I'll have to go get that one afterwards.
Oh, you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Where's that? And I don't think I can ask for help. Ah! I lost y'all.
We're in front of you.
I mean, to be fair, it's because I mean I do have some body armor left, but that's all I have to drink right now is water and body armor.
In a lot of instances, I would maybe want the quest. Not this one. Okay, I'm kind of locked in here with the way I just took. Go, go, go. Run! We gotta go! Oh, Zurch, are you kidding? Of course I see these things when I shouldn't be hunting. Oh, gosh. Also, I want to take a moment.
Ooh, nice.
Thank you to anyone who's donated, whether it's for me, for another streamer.
Who are the dogs rooting on?
A blanket thank you to anybody who's donated this far for getting us to $5,000.
Commander Cole, I'm sorry, love, but I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred bug.
That is not a command.
Commander
What
Cole,
command are you looking
I'm
for?
sorry, love, but I need you to stop what you're
Donate?
doing and catch
Exclamation
me
point donate, maybe?
a starred bug.
Can you empty?
Bet. I ain't scared. I will catch a starred bug.
Just gravy.
I will catch that bug.
We don't have any sugar, do we?
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Okay, I'll make it. I'll survive.
Okay, I'm going to the Bahari pile. I got worms.
Oh, shiny
Yeah, I'm
bug.
going to the Bahari pile.
Shiny bug? Are you shiny?
I got worms.
Do what?
I can't even hear
Okay.
the shiny.
I'm not sure if you heard me or not.
What's up? Sorry.
Are you shiny?
went to the Bahari pile and I got worms.
Worms. What's up?
Rare,
Sorry.
right? We need those for chum buckets. They should be rare now.
Worms.
Rare, right? We need those for chum buckets. They should be rare now.
Wah, wah, wah. It's supposed to be for me. What do you mean, Rachel?
Come on.
I got food, y'all. Hey, this is the gravy. Although I don't have, Weird. I know I'm weird, y'all, but I was born and raised with, putting sugar on my biscuits and gravy.
No.
Come on, Coaster! I know, right? It's
All right,
close.
we
It's
gotta
been a
get
good
our-
match, y'all.
We gotta get a bug. What about you?
The dogs are rooting for everyone.
You?
I don't know. Are dogs rooting for everyone? I think my dogs are out and about. I know. I need
Yes,
sugar,
can we
but
have
I
some
don't have any
glitter
sugar. We don't have sugar in the
crabs,
house. Because we've not been really doing coffee or anything.
Nope.
So we've not really needed sugar in the house.
Are you a glitter crab? Are you a glitter crab? No. Are you a glittery? Oh my god.
It's starred bug drama, y'all.
Oh my god. Please, I beg. Sir. But one starred bug, please. But one. Ah! Oh, that scared the crap out of me.
Feisty! I need you to stop what you're doing and go talk to the nearest NPC, please.
We have a considerable
Feisty! I need you to stop what you're doing and go talk to the nearest NPC, please.
It's the worst. I'm in the worst. Horsey time.
And so use your horse. Cole got their start. Oh, Cole's got their start bug right now. It looks like.
My horse is my friend.
What?
Get up,
What if
the
I get a
horse.
rainbow tip? Does that count? That wasn't even starred, but does that freaking count?
Oh lord.
It does not count.
So
Sorry.
dang it!
I
Dang it!
heard you.
Dang it!
Even if it is a rainbow tip butterfly, it still has to be starred.
Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! Dang it!
Even if it is a rainbow tip butterfly, it still has to be starred.
Okay, I'm at Ninjuma. Alright,
You know what? That's okay.
Tell her I said hi.
I'm at Ninjuma. Whoa, not used to people making it out this far. How are you today? It's just not used to that much social interest.
Feisty just got gifted an Onyx.
It's just not used to that much social interest.
I caught my bug.
Feisty
This is
just got
Cole.
gifted an Perfect, Cole. I need another one, please.
Okay, I'm in hold.
Sorry.
Right now.
Okay. This is Cole.
Perfect, Cole. I need another one, please.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
It's coming in hot. I don't know if it's you or somebody else's community, but if it's you guys, thanks. After that, chaos. Another one. Oof. Yes. Gold. That's Yeah, no, I know. I don't. I was just gifted gold, right? I need to actually.
Also, y'all, we have 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left in the hour. Also, y'all, we have 8 minutes left. Party over. Party is up, y'all. Party's up.
Okay. Bye,
I'll see you back in live
guys.
chat.
Will
Hey,
do.
it was fun.
It's so hard to tell where things are in this compass
Serenity, you can use slime potions now.
when I'm just running.
Serenity, you can use slime potions now.
Ooh, somebody must be in the Elder Woods. I'm not navigating a horse on this. Okay. Ooh, gold. Yes, please. Sorry, there's lots of moving around.
Feisty, I need a star bug, please. Feisty, I need a star bug, please.
I'm in the right map for start bugs. If I can find one.
So you what?
Got my start bug.
Thank you.
Got my start bug.
Thank you.
Oh my god, can we? The right tool! Easy peasy! In this map, yes. Oh my god.
No, usually all I can, like, those blue butterflies are frickin' everywhere. Where you at?
Oh yeah. I don't even have a camera set up
Shiny?
over here for them
Hello? Shiny Boog?
because of the event.
Please, I beg. Let me mine. Let me mine. Yes! Okay, we got it. Yes! I got my start bug.
Alright, I guess we can go back to mining now.
I got my start bug.
Alright, I guess we can go back to mining now.
Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus and Amanda. Thank you, Jesus and Amanda.
Okay, I'm at the Killamaloo pile.
Alright, go ahead.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm at I just got a ladder recipe.
Oh no,
Oh,
recipes
yeah, I
are
forgot
not
about the
rare.
loot.
Sorry,
I
love.
forgot
No,
about the
I'll take it
loot
though, since I don't have it.
And Shy, you just got gifted a ruby.
Since I don't have it. Yay!
Aw.
Thank
and
you.
Shy, you just got gifted a ruby. 5 minutes left in the
Thank
first
you.
hour, y'all.
A
5 minutes
ruby?
left.
That's crazy.
5 minutes left in the first hour, y'all. 5 minutes left.
Okay, you know what? Maybe we'll head.
Possibly, but I'd have to like try to figure out how to get her up.
I'm doing
in
my
my
Bahari pile.
Go right ahead, Coaster.
Briar Daisy.
Rare Daisy is uncommon, not rare. I'm sorry, love. Go right ahead, Coaster.
Briar Daisy.
Rare Daisy is uncommon, not rare. I'm sorry, love.
No, you're fine. I understood what you meant. Don't worry. As a typo queen, I can read through a lot of typos. Not everything, but a lot of things. All right. Is there any more nodes I can see in the vicinity? Just that tiny little one there? Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna grab this and go home. We're running!
I am at
I'm a runner,
my
I'm a
silver
track
wing.
star.
Go right ahead, Coaster.
Yellow. I am at
Yellow.
my silver
What was
wing.
it? Color we? Oh, it had to be green.
It was green.
Sorry, love.
Coaster had the
Yellow.
same idea.
Yellow. What was it? Color we? Oh, it had to be
It was
green.
green.
I'm sorry, love.
Oh, come on, loading screen, come on. Hurry up, we don't got time to waste. We gotta go. I'm about to get my silver wing. Silver wing.
Yep, go ahead. I'm watching.
I'm about to get my
Red.
silver wing.
Red is not the color. Yep, go ahead. I'm watching.
Red. Okay, but apple jam plushie?
Red is not the color.
Damn, no. Okay, but apple jam plushie? Damn, no. All right. Get this corn out of here. Oh, you know what? We don't have time to worry about that right now. We do not have time to worry about all of these other random things in my inventory.
Y'all, they expect this much gravy.
I had 25. I saw how many I had.
I
before
got my
clicked that
Kilima
out.
pile and I got a bright shroom. This is Cole.
Bright Shroom is rare, so
I
that's
got my
20
Kilima
points
pile
to
and I got a bright
Cole.
shroom.
You can
GG.
fact check me if you
Bright
don't
Shroom is
if you didn't see
rare,
it.
So that's 20 points. This is all the gravy they gave me for a big biscuit.
I did like the one thing I was supposed to not do. The one thing I specifically really shouldn't have done, I did.
What did she do?
Next time you lose it? Wait, actually? Oh. Yeah, you clipped it. It was 25, okay. But so...
But yes, technically, if they take it out of their pocket, they lose
Do we
it.
have to be on our home plot during break? Can I go back to Bahari or no?
I'm gonna try to
we
make
have
this
to
a
be
little
on our
bit of
home
gravy
plot.
work.
I remember that being a rule. Same. Yeah, thank you for the clips. Once it leaves pocket, it's gone. Okay, you guys. I can leave right now? Okay, so I can go back to Bahari and I don't have to AFK. I'll AFK
Question.
at Bahari. Stay away from Furnace's
Answer?
Serenity.
If I get a jackpot bag and open it
wasn't
and it
gonna
has
I
like
accidentally clicked
the
it
bars
into
and stuff in it
my
don't count, right?
inventory
That is correct.
If I get a jackpot bag and open it and it has like
I got a yellow
bars and
egg.
stuff in it don't count, right?
A That is yellow correct. egg. It
Okay.
needed to be green. I'm sorry, love.
I got a yellow egg.
My arrow compass did end.
Perfect. And we've got less than a minute left in the time. I'm sorry, love.
My arrow compass did end.
Perfect. And we've got less than a minute left in the time.
All right. A minute.
Yeah, no, I gotta be able to pick from the, oh my god! Hopefully we save the league! Oh, come on, that could have given me a nice sapphire. Nice sapphire! We'll take any stone. Star stones, that is.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Put up your inventories so our mods can double check the scores. All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then Feisty, you got gifted an emerald. So our mods can double check the scores.
Okay, now I'll make it pretty for you.
Feisty, you got gifted an emerald.
Oh, nice.
All right, y'all, first hour down. How y'all doing? Y'all good?
Feeling okay.
All right.
Good.
Doing good.
Doing pretty good. The hour actually went by very fast, in my opinion.
It does go by fast when you're in it, for sure.
Yeah, it does.
But y'all, we have almost raised $2,000 in the first hour.
Holy cow.
We are $100 away. Actually less than $100 away. We started what did we start at again? My brain. We started today
430
at 3,345. We're at 5,275, which means we are what $80 away from hitting $2,000 raised today.
That is amazing.
So y'all have been nuts, killing it.
That is so awesome. I'm so glad.
Right.
Big thank you to all of our communities for that.
Yeah, for real.
Shout out to all of you.
Yes.
A few other housekeepings that I forgot to mention, just so you're aware. When we do these short breaks, just make sure that your inventory stays open so people can see that. I do want to make sure you also know, be careful when you're unloading your pockets, because if you end up putting any stones or ore in away from your pockets, you technically lose it. So just make sure that you keep what is counted as points in your pockets. I also didn't talk about these breaks very much. This break will be very short, and then after the third hour will be a short break. But at halftime, depending on what time it is in the game, we do a lucky coin and a hot pot round. It'll either be before or after a 10-minute break. At that 10-minute break, so you guys can get up, go use the bathroom, and stuff like that. At that time, though, make sure that you guys can remove your cameras, but your inventory needs to stay open so that nobody can say anything, right? Nobody can try to say that something got added or distracted or whatever. So just make sure that your guys' screens stay on the page.
Is it okay if I run and take a bathroom break really quick? Just
Really
super
quickly,
quick.
yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Let me know when the scores are finalized because I'm doing a giveaway based off of the scores. Thank you.
I got the mods are good to go. We'll go ahead and go over scores, and I can just refresh people. Let's see. So we've got Feisty in the lead at 133 points. Cole at 126. Toaster at 101. Shy at 78. Serenity at 75. A little bit about the ore compasses, so you guys can see where that is. For the ore, not compasses, ores. At silver, Feisty's in the lead with 32. Shy has 7. Cole has 9. Shy has 7. Toaster has 1. Serenity has no silver. In gold, our leader is Cole at 38. Serenity at 27. Shy at 20. Coaster at 18. Feisty at 14. And in platinum, Coaster is at 36. Feisty at 3. Cole at 1. So that's where our ores at currently.
I'm back.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Lindsay, will you message me that last donation?
My chat is so caring. They want to make sure that everybody is hydrating, not just me.
Big W for your chat, Feisty.
Don't forget to stretch as well.
Drink your water, everybody.
Does it have to be water?
Something
All I
hydrating.
have is a Dr. Pepper.
I got Monster.
Caffeine is probably
Monster
a good
in the
idea.
morning.
I also had some.
I will get water at the halfway mark in the longer break.
We will.
Okay, really quickly before we get started, Feisty, if you can go home for me, please. You're starting this round grounded.
Oh no! Do I
we'll-
go there right now?
Yeah, go ahead and go there now, and we'll start the timer once you're there, just because it makes it easier for me. Don't forget, y'all, we have added a unground button. You could unground Feisty for $50. She will have to spend the first 5 minutes guaranteed on the plot. After the 5 minutes is up, if she's ungrounded, then she'll be able to leave. Just so that you all are aware, that's how that system works. All right, you are on your plot. All right, y'all. If y'all are ready to go, y'all may begin.
Or silver. Don't put the platinum, gold, or silver. Do I want to get rid of the stones? No, we'll do coppers. We'll do copper. We'll do
Toaster has 3 ore compasses available.
and then we'll sell the rest. But that the white stone. Oh, we could have probably kept that. White stone means nothing to me. It is going. I'm gonna save the flint. Why? Because
Also, y'all, that means we are 1 random chaos away from have raised $2,000 today. Also, y'all, just 1 random chaos donation, and we will have raised $2,000 today. Just 1 random chaos donation, and we will have raised $2,000 today.
That I will 500. Yeah,
I see you have been gifted a piece of platinum.
Thanks.
Lindsay, have you
I
unlocked
am going
the underground?
to
I'm
drop
going to
a ore compass.
All right, go right ahead.
Thanks.
I am also going to use an ore
drop a
compass.
ore compass.
All right, so Coaster and Cole
I am
using ore
also
compasses.
going to use an ore
Gotcha.
compass.
All right, so Coaster and Cole using ore compasses.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Guys in chat, can I have a list of the star stones, please? Pretty please.
Second over here on the side.
I think after this, all I'll need to freaking get is freaking geranium.
Ooh, what? Nodes can spawn just here? What an interesting location for a spawn location. Oh, and they gave us a citrine. You know what? Absolute W. In order to complete the Starstone Rainbow, do you also need the ruby and garnet count? Yes. We need one of every Starstone for that one. As I understood it from what Amanda said the other night. So I need to go to the other
Poster,
map.
you got gifted a piece of silver. And also, just to clarify, on the Rainbow Stone set,
Hold on.
they have to be minded. You cannot be gifted the stone for that Rainbow set to count. You have to mine them physically. Set to count. You have to mine them physically.
Yes.
Feisty's a distracted fox. Just a little bit. Might as well farm while we're here. Where's my fertilizer? Do they call my colorful outfits today?
Lovely streamers.
This makes me understand people who watch sports. Yeah. Yep.
It's kind of like a
This way,
sports
this way,
thing.
this way. We're going this way. We got some platinum. Good, I need some platinum. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I love it so much. Thank you. Okay. Run. Fly, you fool. Okay, so it's in the cave. In the cave. Got it. In the cave. We're running in the cave. Oh my god. The Elderwood was not made for horses. Ooh, big old platinum. Big old platinum, guys. Big old platinum. Yes. Thank you. Okay. What's over here, though? There's something... Something over here? Rude. I didn't want this. Why does it have the white stone on the frickin' ore compass? Why? Tell me. Tell me.
Cole, every stone
Please, I
matters,
beg.
okay? Cole, every stone matters, okay?
But the white stone.
I'm grounded for 10 minutes. I'm sad, Fox.
No. I was gonna say something. I'll just leave it.
A whole
You know
10
what?
minutes.
I'm griping about the
I
white
can
stone.
cry.
I
We're
am.
gonna dance.
Alright.
Dance party for Feisty.
Man, where are the nodes?
Haha, saved myself.
Did I pass one? No, they're all over there.
That's just a
okay,
bush.
okay.
I
Here
got
we go,
debated by a
guys.
bush.
Here we
Debated.
go, guys. Now find some nodes. Oh, the pixie
The
blossom.
bushes will do that to you, Shy.
The pixie blossom thing.
The bushes will do that to you, Shy.
It doesn't help that I'm already
bush?
blind though.
Yeah, don't be besmirching the bush. How dare.
You're speaking to the choir when you're talking about blindness.
I'm already blind.
Feisty, you got 2 pieces of gold donated. You're speaking to the choir when you're talking about blindness.
Uh-oh.
Feisty, you got 2.
Thanks. If anybody wants to come over and dance and keep me company, I mean, by all means, come dance with us. You don't need any more points out there. It's fine. I mean, by all means, come dance with us. You don't need any more points out there. It's fine.
Just quickly change servers. That's not allowed. Are you guys... Where are you?
No, I still.
Oh, there we go.
I still have some of my own.
Hi, where's everyone else? Where's everyone else? Do you have the party? Okay, I'm gonna just start mining while you guys are organizing this. One of you make the party with you, and then I will ask for an invite last. And then meet at Central Stables, because I only see 2 people there. I don't know where the others are. Wait, Whitestone gives us a Starstone? Yes.
Yes, you can get you can get starstones from Whitestone. That's why I said all stones matter except for Jadium. Yes, Jadium don't matter worth crap right now. Starstones from Whitestone. That's why I said all stones matter except for Jadium. Jadium don't matter worth crap right now.
Jadium means absolutely nothing. You guys let me know when that party is ready, please. When you're all together and the group is made.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
Ooh, big boy.
Feisty, you just got gifted an amethyst.
Oh, I should have prepared. Okay. Central
That's my
Stables has a-
birthstone. Thank you.
Feisty, you just got gifted an amethyst.
way.
That's my birthstone. Thank you.
There's no way the first Palia my head gives me a ruby? I mean, yay. Absolutely. That's 10 points.
Coaster, you just got
absolute
gifted
slay. I
a
thought that was gonna be
garnet.
so hard. That's such a hell yes. That was
Coaster,
gonna
you
be.
just got gifted a garnet.
That's such a clap, hype, all the things.
Feisty, how's your gradation going? Are you doing some
Well,
science?
I was dancing,
Nose
but
dancing.
I feel like it's almost time to
Nose
be
Feisty, how's your
ungrounded.
gradation going?
Maybe.
You might be correct.
Well, I was dancing.
You're free to
but
go.
I
Have
feel like
fun.
it's almost thank God. I thought you were going to tell me I was grounded again. Thanks.
Disney Brandon T or Dolly,
You're free to
whoever,
go.
are you
Have
all ready?
fun.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to tell me I was grounded again. Thanks.
Are we having a hold up? Oh, it's not something I care about. Waiting on parties to load? Oh no. Is the party broken? I got a ruby, yeah. I got my ruby from the first Palium node that I hit, which ruby was the one I was really nervous about finding because it's hard to
And
find.
I'm going to start
It's
an ore
not so
compass.
easy to find.
Perfect.
We
Go
also need to
ahead.
find an amethyst.
Serenity,
while we're
I'm gonna
here.
move your party
I'm gonna
down
start
to
an
the
ore
party deal so
compass.
it's secure, just so you know, so if they get Perfect, go freaked ahead. out, I'm moving them. Serenity, I'm gonna move your party down to the party deal so it's secure, just so you know, so if they get freaked out, I'm moving them.
You guys don't get freaked out. Oh wait, this is the cape I was just in. I shouldn't have gone this way.
I'm at the Kilima pile.
What the heck is this?
I got Sweet Leaf.
Well, I mean, we love a good
the
sweet
Kilima
leaf,
pile?
but it's not rare.
Even at the
Sweet
karma of the
leaf.
corn, truly.
Well, I mean, we
Truly.
love but it's not rare.
Alright, we're going this way. You did do it right. From what I can tell, you did it right.
All right, y'all, we are $20 away from $5,500 raised. From $5,500 raised.
Amazing. That is so amazing. That's so much money for oh my it gets better.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Oh my god.
Yes, we're raising funds for It
Yeah.
Gets Better, which is an
That's
organization that
so-
helps a lot of the youth in the LGBTQIA+ community. And considering I've got 3 kids that are part of that community, I think it's an amazing cause to raise funds for them. I just have 3 kids, all 3 are LGBT. It's like, well, that's like me. I've got 3 kids, all part of the LGBTQIA.
Whatever floats your boat.
Points if we get that? Impregnate the server. That's what I say when we need to get a plushie. You know, we need to impregnate the server with love so that it can give us a plush. Look at all that love. Give it to us. How do I get out of
Serenity,
here?
I want this overlay,
Oh my
please.
gosh. I feel like I'm in an endless loop.
Serenity, I want this overlay, please.
Isn't it amazing? We're trying to impregnate. Isn't it amazing? I told them to impregnate the server with a rainbow kitsune for me. And they're sending me all their love. I told them to impregnate the server with a rainbow kitsune for me. And they're sending me all their love.
Sounds very gay, and I'm in. I'm so here for that.
I'm also about to start an
all
ore
the
compass and a
things.
party up, Amanda.
Exquisite.
All right, as soon as you pop down, I will start your
An ore
timer.
compass and a party up, Amanda.
We got some. Oh
All right,
no,
as soon as you pop down, I will start your timer.
I drowned my horse. Drowned my horse. No. Oh, poor Commander Colt. Poor Commander Colt. The absolute abuse. Somebody is gonna call Peter.
Shy, you just got gifted a piece of gold. Shy, you just got gifted a piece of gold.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. We got some.
Thank you.
We got some.
Winner, because I had volume turned down. The output winner was announced. They were announced. Yes. Sorry, coupon can tell you who won. Sorry, I'm like, I don't.
No, we're $15
I'm
away
try
from
Bahari.
500. $15 away from 5,500. It's crazy. We are on our way to that $20,000 raising throughout the whole month. Don't forget, y'all, we have a our next round is the 11th. Exclamation mark next charity, by the way, will give you that information. I think I updated that one.
Okay, we surely have to take the
Poster, you
piss
just
up
got
with the
gifted a
potato
piece
for
of
good luck.
silver.
Okay, rub on us potato, please. Give us the potato power. We need it. It's all
Oh,
love.
but I didn't change the.
Love the server. Give us a plushie.
I didn't change the time.
Give us the
It's
rainbow.
it's
Kitsu,
4
give
p.m.
me
not
an
8 a.m.
amethyst. A
There's
starred
multiple over
ruby.
here. Yeah, down here.
Let me fix that right now.
Who's saying that? I don't know who's saying that.
Me. Me.
Who's
T.
me?
T.
Say your
Me.
name.
Me. T. T. I'm flying.
Sorry, I cannot look over. I can't look over at who's.
Everything is reloading
Talking?
up.
No, I meant
speed.
flying in front of you because I was like
Amethyst.
jumping. And then down one over here as well.
Come on. Ah, there it is. There it is. Come on, Amethyst. Everybody think Amethyst. Think Ruby. Amethyst and Ruby. Oh. That's okay. That's okay. Ah!
Alright, updating that real quick.
I'm wondering if I should head back
Does
to,
sticker
like,
packs mean anything? Or was that not a
Dilemma
thing?
so I
Not
can
at
get
this
more
current moment.
silver, because I'm not...
My all compass has run out, so I'm going to start another one.
Thank you,
I just
Coaster.
don't know. Am I still leading in
Does
gold?
sticker packs
Right.
mean anything? Or was that not a thing?
Not at this current
Mine
moment.
also ran out.
Who was that?
My
Cole.
all compass has run out. So I'm
Gold.
gonna start
Perfect.
another
I
one.
need you to head home. You're grounded for the
Mine
next
also
10 minutes.
ran out.
My all compass has run out, and I'm going to pop another one if that's alright.
Mine also ran out.
Who was that?
Cole.
Gold. Perfect. I need you to head home. You're grounded for the next 10 minutes.
My all
Rude.
compass has run out, and I'm going to pop another one if that's alright.
Man. I gotta go home. Boop.
Just checking I'm alright to start the
Yeah.
next all
They're
compass.
scared.
Yes, you are.
They're
Go
scared.
right
It's
ahead.
okay. It's okay.
Thank you.
We can regroup. We can regroup.
Rude. That was pretty.
Just checking
fucking
I'm alright to
rude.
start the next all compass.
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
I'm home now.
Thank you.
Timer started. Have a good 10 minutes. Don't forget
Well,
again,
home
the
sweet home.
ungrounding button
Oh, I
is
should
available.
probably say
Somebody
I'm
can
home.
donate to unground you after the. They can do it now,
I'm
but it
home
won't
now.
be activated until after your 5 minutes at least is up. Have a good 10 minutes. Don't forget again, the ungrounding button is available. Somebody can donate to unground you after the.
Lemon.
They can do it now. It won't.
Ooh.
No? Okay, well, let me drop a waypoint. Whatever.
It's not letting you. Can somebody else drop that waypoint to Matana?
Dude.
Oh.
Not like I don't know the entire thing. Like,
Feisty, you just got gifted an
We can follow
amethyst.
you. Who is that?
Me, T.
Thank you.
Okay, I can follow you, T.
I have
Feisty
special
also
kind
got
of
gifted
autism
an
that
ore
allows me to
compass.
memorize a map forward and backwards.
All right. Where is
Just
she?
my
I lost
thing.
her. I said I'm gonna follow
I'm
her, and then I
behind
lost her.
And you just keep going that way. Yeah, you're fine. No, go the other way. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Shy, you
know-
just got
I know all the
gifted a
different
piece of
routes.
platinum.
Okay, go, go, go! Lead the way, Captain.
Did you say me?
Shy.
Isn't Shy?
Montana.
Yep, got a piece of platinum.
Wait, who's I'm too fast. I know.
Ooh.
Listen, I'm just. Ooh, I think that was double drops. I'm just running.
Yeah. Lagging.
I'm.
Everything is reloading, y'all, again for me. Nerdy Black Woman, hello, love. Feisty.
But yeah, gifting. Oh my God, stats.
I need you to only hit stone nodes for the next 10 minutes. Actually, how much is your ore compasses left?
Like a quarter.
Okay, let me know when your ore compass is left.
I can put my
Okay, and then I'll do it
pallium
after
away,
that.
Cause or pallium,
Yes,
pallium,
Okay.
pallium,
Okay.
pallium. I'm gonna put my pallium away, cause I don't need it. And the white stone.
Feisty. I need you to only hit stone nodes for the next. Oh, you got gifted a piece of gold.
Like a quarter.
Okay, let me know when your ore compass is left.
Okay, and then I'll do it after that.
Okay. I need to do a refresh here on their things. Second here.
Stone only. Stone only. Stone only. Stone only. Stone. No, not yet.
I am at my
Not yet.
silver wing.
Not yet. Not yet, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Green.
Cool, you got gifted a green is the color, so GG's. That was Shy, right?
Not yet, so we gotta.
Yes.
All right, Shy with the 15 points.
Crummy, if I can only hit stone with my ore compass.
This always happens like right in the middle of the time frame. I just have to get refreshed and wait until they load up. And my stream deck likes to stop working on me.
Right?
Yeah, I do.
Not up.
It will be up here. Yep, there it is. Yep. Well,
Yep,
I mean,
see it.
these are regular white stone, but still.
Something is better than nothing. I think I have 2 rubies and no amethyst right now, so we need that amethyst for
Send in all your gay emotes
the rainbow
in chat.
challenge.
Thank you for all of it.
This?
I
Okay,
would love to get an
wall.
amethyst.
Yay!
Pick it off the wall.
Still here.
Don't put Cole in a corner. Oh my
Wait,
God.
whose pet is that with the little
You
rain
know what, though? We
jacket?
could just
Hold
dance.
up. Who?
We could dance.
What is that little guy? Oh my God, it's so cute. Is that yours, Steve?
For 10 minutes.
Is it the ferret with the armor?
My stream deck just froze like crazy right now.
We're just gonna vogue and dance.
Everything is being delayed. I don't know what to do. My stream deck has frozen, which also means my counters have all been now messed up.
Who starts? Okay, folks.
Ziki, start a timer named Serenity for 2.5 minutes.
Serenity timer started for 2.5 minutes.
Ziki, start a coal timer for 5 minutes.
Coal timer started for 5 minutes.
Hasn't ended yet.
Cole, you are ungrounded. You're free to go, but I do need you to head to the Royal Highlands. You will be there for 10 minutes.
So weird. You keep cutting out, Amanda.
Of course I am. Cole, you're free to go, but you have to go to the Highlands for 10 minutes.
Okay, get off the horse. Get off the horse. Get off your high horse. My York compass just ended.
Perfect.
I know.
Go ahead
10 minutes,
and
right?
no stone for 10 minutes. Or wait, what was it?
No
Stone
ore for 10
only
minutes, right? We're almost done
for
with
10
it.
minutes, and I need you to go to the Highlands for that 10 minutes as well, please.
Okay.
The Royal Highlands, stone only. 10 minutes.
You keep cutting out, Amanda.
Of course I am. Cole, you're free to go, but you have to go to the Highlands for 10 minutes.
My York compass just ended.
Perfect.
10 minutes,
Go
right?
ahead and no stone for 10 minutes. Or wait, what was it?
No ore for
Stone
10 minutes, right?
only. Everything is frozen. I don't know if I'm muted or unmuted in Discord.
Your Serenity timer is done. Your Serenity timer is done.
Tiki,
Your
stop. Serenity, you're... I can't tell Serenity her time's up. Discord is not wanting to cooperate at all. Hello? Hello? There we go. Serenity, your time's up, love.
I'm in the Highlands, by the way. I've been here for a little bit.
I'm in the Highlands too, but
You're good. I got you guys' time started.
I went right away.
Samesies.
Ziki, stop timer.
Up in ore.
Honey, I'm home!
Did you catch that, Amanda?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What'd you say? God, Discord. Knock it off!
If I can?
Ziki, start a timer for 8 minutes.
I think Amanda's having mic issues, guys. Can you kick me from the party? And then once she's fixed, I will come back.
All right. Sorry. What's going on now?
I was just saying I'm going to do another ore compass and party up.
Okay. You're good to go. Go ahead.
And I've been in the Highlands here for a couple minutes.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
got
know.
the timer's already
Me
started
as well.
for that.
Okay, good. Okay.
Sorry, I'm having tech difficulties right now.
Yeah, me as well.
Oh my
Oh my
life,
God.
y'all, my
No,
life.
we're not fishing. We're not fishing. Oh, Amanda's having. Okay, okay. Poor Amanda. Like,
It's
if
just
the
weird, there's
technical
just like
issues
spikes.
could please leave the room. We don't need you here. Can you leave Amanda alone?
This is like OBS just locks up for me.
Just out here trying to raise some money for charity, you know? Leave the queen alone. Where's all the... Ugh. Alright, gotta get out of here.
All right,
I love
I've
that somebody's
got to
screaming,
catch up here a
"Back
minute.
win!"
We have our first thieves in the game. 2 points are going from
Come on,
Coaster,
horsey.
heading
You're
to
gonna go find us some more
Feisty.
ore. You know where we're gonna
What?
go? Oh, we're gonna
And
go to that
Coaster,
cave.
I'm
pirates.
sorry, love.
Yeah,
I
we
need you
are.
to stop what you're doing and catch
Yeah,
me
we
a
are.
starred bug.
A star
All right,
bug. Oh
I've
my
got to catch
goodness.
up here a
Okay.
minute. We have our first thieves in the game.
Oh
2
no.
points are going from Coaster, heading to Feisty.
What?
That's so
What?
mean.
And
That's
Proper
Coaster, I'm
pirates.
sorry, love. I
Oh,
need you to
thank you
stop
for
what you're doing and catch me a
stealing.
starred
Proper
bug.
pirates.
Sorry,
That's
love. I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred bug.
Run, horsey, run!
so
Bug.
rude.
Bring
Oh
on
my
the
goodness.
chaos,
Between the stable
my nice
board,
little thieves.
royal
We are pirates
hunting.
after all.
I
Thick
got
as
this. Don't you
thieves,
worry.
we
I
are
know this map.
pirates. Oh,
I
get my
definitely.
mileage
Yes, we
in.
got a garnet. Okay, okay,
Bring on the
okay. Nobody panic.
chaos.
We're good. We're good. We're good. We got our cave
You are not muted.
full of
Run,
stuff.
horsey, run! Who?
Oh, this is good. Okay. Good thing I already know this map. I don't even... Y'all.
Bring on the chaos, my nice chaos, my nice little thieves. Thick as thieves we are. Thick as thieves we are.
Dang.
Oh,
Feisty out
my
here
mileage
just
my mileage
absolutely
Bring on the
inciting
chaos,
inciting violence.
You are not muted. You are so delayed.
Oh, me. Who? Oh, me. Crap.
See? She was telling everybody to create chaos. Oh my god, she's hyping up her chat to like do crimes.
Oopsie.
Feisty, I need
We
you to
can't do
forge
crimes.
5 items, please. 5 items.
Sorry, was that forge 5 items?
Don't you worry,
Yes,
I'm
it was.
Okay.
I have my star bug.
going. Yes, another garnet!
Thank you. Cole and Shy, I need
Sir,
you all
I
to
don't need
catch
your
a
help.
starred bug now, please. Cole and Shy.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Feisty, I need 5 items.
Sorry, was that forge 5 items?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I have my star bug.
Thank
anything
you.
else in here?
Cole and Shy.
Crimes.
My ore compasses run out as well.
Come on.
Perfect, thank you.
My ore compasses run out as well.
Perfect, thank you. I see, have you forged your 5
Come on,
items yet?
buggies.
I have.
Can I
They
get
don't
you to go talk to the nearest
I
NPC,
have.
please? Can
They
I
don't have-
get you to go talk to the
Okay.
nearest NPC?
Okay.
Oh my god. Are you starred? No.
Ziki, how much time is left?
I got my starred bug.
Yep, you've got 1 minute and 22
Running
seconds.
into
I
all
got
this.
my starred bug.
Thank you.
That cute little accent. I got my starred bug.
Thank you.
Was my 10 minutes
Adorable.
of
Everybody's got
the
such cute
stone done?
voices. I
Was
got
my 10 minutes
starred
of
bug.
Not
the
yet.
stone done?
You have 1 minute and something left. I just checked. Not yet. You have 1 minute and something left. I just checked.
There's gotta be a
I'm going to
freaking
use my
starred
next
bug
ore compass.
around here somewhere.
I think I still have one left. I'm going to use my next ore compass.
Yep,
I think I
Coaster,
still
go
have one
ahead.
left.
Yep, Coaster, go ahead.
Oh my god. This is a crime. This is a crime. I'm being crimed. I'm just a whittle gay. Just a whittle gay baby. Where are the bugs?
Okay, I'm talking to
Are you
Tamala.
starred?
Alright,
I can't
Feisty, you
tell.
got gifted a
talking
piece of
to Tamala.
platinum.
Is he starred?
Hey,
I don't
Feisty, you
think
got
so.
gifted a piece of platinum.
I
Hey,
don't
Feisty,
think
you
so.
got gifted a piece of platinum.
Bro,
Thank you.
Cole,
still
you
gotta
are
stay
free to
here and find a
go.
starred bug.
Feisty, you are free from the
Oh
Highlands,
my
but I need
god,
you to go
yes.
back home. You are grounded.
You
are free from
the for the love of...
to go back home. You are grounded. Ziki, stop.
Oh, for the love of...
Oh shit. Okay, 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 okay.
Let me know
Well,
when
I'm
you're headed
free,
that way, and I'll start your timer.
but also...
Let me know when you're headed that way, and I'll start your timer.
Alright, we are going...
Just hit the home button.
We're going to Bahari.
Timer starting.
Just hit the home button.
Timer starting.
My anxiety.
Ziki,
Anxiety.
start a timer for 9 minutes and 48 seconds.
9 minute and 48 second timer started.
Just in case my
Thank
stream
you
deck
all
decides to mess up.
for cheering this little guy on. Whoa,
9.
slap him! Why didn't that show up for me?
You're
That's weird.
By the way, that piece of platinum, Feisty, you got was actually 9 pieces of platinum.
By the way,
that piece of platinum,
Oh,
Feisty, you got was
nice.
actually 9 pieces of platinum. We are also now $45
Are
away
you freaking
from
kidding me?
We are also now $45 away from $6,000. We have 21 and a half minutes left in the half. We have 21 and a half minutes left in the half.
She got 9? Oh wait, I'm supposed to get a starred bug. Oops, 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 oops. No, I need a starred bug. I can't do that. Starred bug. Starred bug. That was close. I almost made a oopsie.
Don't forget the ungrounding button is available
made a
to your
oopsie.
donation. Don't forget the ungrounding button is available to your donation.
Almost made an oopsie. I need a starred bug, please. Are you starred? Are you starred? No. Anybody? Starred? Starred bug? Are either of you starred? No? No? There's gold right there! Damn it! Come on. Come on, starred bug! Come on, starred bug! If y'all feel so inclined to help a gay out and donate some stones.
All right, Feisty,
Or
I am going
some
to let
coal,
you know that you
or
have been ungrounded. So in 5 minutes,
or
your groundation will be up, but you are re-grounded again. So I will just be at and when 5 minutes is up, I'll just add another 10 minutes to the timer.
I've got my starred bug. This is Cole.
I'm sorry, you did cut out a little bit for that, so I got ungrounded and then grounded again, and then I missed whatever.
Yes. So when it comes to the time to unground you, I will just add 10. I'll just make another timer start for 10 minutes. For your...
Yes?
I'm sorry, my Discord's
I'm not
going
hearing
in and out
anything,
right now,
so-
and I'm not happy about it. Anyways, you have been another 10 minutes.
Obviously.
Ungrounded.
Start bug. This is Cole.
But you
I'm
you
sorry,
have groundations in the
you cut out a
background.
little
So
bit for that,
when the
so I
5-minute
got
timer comes
ungrounded,
in,
and
I'm
then
just gonna
grounded again,
restart a
and then I
10-minute
missed
timer at
whatever
that
else you
time
said.
for your second groundation. I'm hoping I got that all the way through.
So I go to a map for 5 minutes. So am
No.
I staying home? Yes?
You're regrounded. So
Okay.
I'm cutting your first groundation to 5 minutes,
not hearing anything,
and then
so-
starting
I'm sorry, my
as a
Discord's
10
going
minute
in
for
and
the
out
second
right now, and
groundation.
I'm
not happy about it. Anyway, when the 5 minutes.
Okay, obviously. Okay.
Ungrounded, but you have groundations in the background. So when the 5-minute timer comes in, I'm just gonna restart a 10-minute timer at that time for your second groundation. Ungrounded.
Yes, I gotta get that gold.
But you are
Go.
you have groundations.
So I go to a map
hoping
for
I got
5
that all the way
minutes.
through. When the 5-minute timer comes in, I'm just gonna restart.
Thank you, Catatonic.
You're
Okay.
regrounded.
Okay.
So
Oh,
there's I'm cutting your
two.
first groundation to 5 minutes, and
So I
then
go to a
starting
map for 5 minutes.
as a 10-minute for the second groundation. Also, now you have also been ungrounded
we found
again,
gold.
so
We
I'm just
found
gonna
gold.
nix
We found
that 10
gold.
minutes and just continue on this first groundation. As a 10-minute for the second groundation.
Yes.
Okay.
5 minutes is up.
Okay. I am
Give me
so
the gold.
confused.
I know.
I love
So,
gold.
two,
Okay, I was
you've
grounded,
been
then
grounded
ungrounded.
twice,
Sorry, can you clarify for me?
and you have been ungrounded twice. So only 10 minutes worth of time is going to be
ungrounded.
spent on your
That's
plot.
only gonna get cut down to
Oh my
5
God.
because I have to have the minimum of
Oh my
5
God.
minutes.
Correct.
That's right. Okay.
Oh my god.
Also, now you have also been ungrounded again, so I'm just going to nix that 10 minutes. and
Start
just continue on
aquamarine!
this first
Start
groundation.
aquamarine!
Cole, you got gifted an ore compass.
I am so confused.
I know. I'm just gonna
So, I was grounded,
you've been
then
grounded
ungrounded.
twice. Continue on.
We gotta garnet.
And you have been ungrounded twice. So only 10 minutes worth of time is going to be spent
I
on
am
your
so
plot.
confused.
Oh my god, we got
Because I
another
have to have the
garnet.
minimum of 5 minutes.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go, chat. Here we freaking go. Oh. Oh.
Cole, you got gifted an ore compass.
Oh my god, yay! Thank you. Thank you, whoever gave me that. Bless you. May your pillow be so beautifully cold tonight.
Just so we are clear, everybody,
Yes.
Feisty
Carta
cannot be
cake.
grounded anymore. I have too many in the
I'm wondering if I
background.
should save the ore compass for like later on. Just because
That feedback to
all the ore is being good to me right now. So far ish, kinda.
I feel that.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
I get where
I
you're
don't know
coming
what
from.
I'm doing. I'm just running.
Alright,
I'm
listen,
just
you were
running.
undeafened.
Just
so we are clear, everybody,
Oh, sorry.
Feisty cannot be grounded anymore.
I had to eat a cat,
Oh.
so it probably
Too many
had
in the
that.
backgrounds.
I had to eat a cat, so it
Damn.
probably
Nana Z, if I can see you in the chat, please. Nana Z, if I can
Like,
see you in the chat,
I thought
please.
Ravi was the grounding queen.
I feel that. I get where you're coming from. Canceled.
Alright, Feisty,
One
you were
grounding.
undeafened.
That's right. Oh, sorry. That's right. I had to eat a cat, so it probably had that. It's confusing.
Go, go,
Nana
go.
Z, if I can see you
Go,
in
go,
the
go.
chat, please.
Go, go, go.
Feisty, you
Go.
got gifted
Ah.
a ruby. Feisty, you got gifted a
Gimme.
ruby.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
I'm probably like way far behind in silver.
So confusing.
So I'm gonna try and do that too. But
I feel that having Discord problems.
I don't know,
with
man.
the
I don't know.
audio
I don't
and
know.
Stuff.
I don't know.
It's so frustrating.
Feisty, you got
Hold on,
gifted a
man.
ruby.
God, they're pulling out them wallets,
Thanks,
y'all.
guys.
They're pulling out them wallets.
Oh, the hype.
You know
Oh, the
what?
love,
We are a
it's,
tiny community, but we
Oops, I put my
are
love
also feisty.
and hug to you guys. How much
We
time
can
is
do
left in
this.
Giveaway? 17 minutes.
Yes.
So that's,
Oh yes,
I
and
haven't
another
been able to get very
garnet.
much done in
Ziggy, how much
this
time is left?
round.
I need to catch up on gold.
You've got 2
Okay.
minutes and 31
Okay.
seconds left.
Okay. Oh, look, hey, look. Ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive all the gold.
Thanks for the update for the chat, Cozy.
We got this.
Appreciate it.
Nana, who is that for?
Exclamation
Who
point,
is that
Cheyronix.
silver piece for?
Hype. Hype in the
Oh,
chat.
we're
Hype in the
halfway
chat.
5 minutes and 31 seconds
through
left.
this round, right?
Ooh, what a
That's our
pleasant
time
voice that
limit.
was.
More than halfway, probably. I just need to know for color changing my outfit.
Coaster, you just got
Yes.
gifted a piece of
Change
silver.
from yellow.
Thank you.
Coaster,
Thank you for
just
cheering
got
me on
gifted a
chat.
piece of silver.
I know I'm
Green now.
an underdog in this
Serenity,
fight,
your time is up,
But
love.
that's just
but
lying.
we're not out of it
Oh,
yet.
okay. Thank you,
We're not
Amanda.
out of it
All
yet.
right, bye, guys.
All right, y'all.
We can do this.
14 minutes left in the hour. Coaster, you just got gifted a piece of silver.
Alright.
We could do hard things. Yes, hobbies. Welcome in.
Minutes left in the hour.
Welcome in. Yes, we got a garnet. Okay, we got a garnet. We got a garnet. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my
Minutes
god.
left in the hour.
Mom? Is that you? Mom? Garnet!
Okay, where
And Brett, just so you know, we actually lowered that. It used to be an $80 ungroundation and only 2 minutes
Mom, can you make me some
so much
Pop
things
for the
Tarts?
whole.
I don't even
The
know.
problem is
Right now,
we want to make
it's-
sure that the people who are
I
donating
feel
for
like somebody
groundation
gifted
is
me
also
your
getting their
purpose
money's
with all
worth.
that chaos.
So if somebody goes in and grounds somebody and then
I'd rather toast
somebody immediately
strudels, if we're
ungrounds
being
them,
honest here.
then it makes that
Toaster
person who put
strudels
the donation
are
in for the
superior to
groundation
Pop-Tarts.
There's only
I
10
said
feel like
what
it
I
wasn't
said.
worth
It
it.
might be
So I have to
controversial.
figure out a way for that.
People might hate me for my
But
beliefs.
thank you for the feedback. That's
but,
why
you
it's
know,
that way. But we can talk about it and
Toaster
reevaluate at a later
There's no
date.
point in dropping one. I lose 5
We
minutes
have a
of the
goal.
video.
The goal is
with me?
Now.
to get as many points
Let's get
as
some
we
greens,
can.
guys.
The
Elderberry
points,
lemonade.
we get
Banana.
points for Starstones.
I had
We
coffee
get points
already,
for
so
gold.
we went
We
with
get
the
points
non-caffeine.
for all the things. Can somebody?
Well, just
Vicky,
getting
stop
Molly,
timer.
thank
getting the
you.
cat out of the
Oh my
ring
god, another garnet.
count as a stretch.
Timer stop.
Feisty, you are free to go.
Sorry,
the
I'm
cat-
trying to
cats-
like
Thank
concentrate
you.
on what
We'll
I'm
have to
doing,
wait.
but also
Timer stop.
Feisty, you are free to go.
relay details, and
Thank you.
my brain is not braining.
Okay, I'm
My
going
brain
back
is
to
not
Highlands.
braining.
Timer
I
stop.
was
12 minutes
I
left
was-
in
you are free to go.
the
Ground.
first half.
Very confused. Thank you.
We are, by the way,
Dropping a rope,
at
it's fine.
$6,270 raised. The first half. We are, by the way, at 12 minutes.
Toaster strudels are the best. Aquamarine.
12 minutes left in the first half. And just so we can clarify, Feisty has hit our cap of groundations.
Bro.
So we cannot
That
be
is
gifting any more groundations for Feisty.
And we're halfway almost. Okay.
You,
Jasper.
you do have one more
Jasper.
groundation coming your way, though, Feisty, because there's still one in the window.
Oh, for the love of...
Just so we can clarify, Feisty has hit our cap of groundations.
Wow.
So we cannot be gifting any more groundations for Feisty.
Okay, so no more grounding Feisty, y'all.
You do have one more groundation coming your way, though, Feisty.
Aquamarine.
No, I'm not. I have one grounding that I have to still do, so that means...
Yeah,
Oh
no
my
problem. I
God.
appreciate
Poor
feedback.
Feisty.
Literally, we can't
But
do these
also,
events
yeah.
without the feedback.
No,
That
but we
we
gotta-
need it.
Felicity,
Like, if
am I still
we don't get
losing
feedback,
gold?
we can't readjust things and figure it out. Like, so we'll
Because I've
reevaluate it,
gotten quite
and we'll
a
look
bit
at it
of
and think
gold
about
in
it for a
this round.
future time. But that's the reason why it is that way.
Or you could just ground all of my competitors. Nutty.
I'm still losing in gold.
hang on a
Okay.
sec.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna fix this. It's okay. I'm saving the ore compass. Are you like not
Yes,
a
ma'am.
person?
You could have
Or...
Packing peanuts
Was this
safe
when
for
I just
cats.
have
steal the fox's
revamp
points. Yes! Steal
Yeah,
Feisty's points.
this is
Steal
round
points from
3 of the Great
Feisty.
Paleo Charity Hunt. Raising money for It Gets Better today.
Mine.
It's a slippery
Is that
slope when we
allowed?
start stealing points, though, because then people will steal points from us.
10 minute warning till halftime.
I don't know. I'm not a ruthless being.
10-minute warning till halftime.
I want everybody to win.
That I can't like, guarantee to be on that last server. It's
I
like,
want everyone to have sprinkles. And
I have a
Until
very
halftime.
serious question.
yeah, for charity.
I might have a serious answer.
Let's say I had an idea to where the people
Steal
that I
the
partied
point.
up with, we
No.
don't party up, but they just follow me around. And
Start
every
off with
time
the
I'm
raid.
mining, they just dance as a manifestation dance to get
I
this
can't
last
wait to
star.
hear
So
that.
I
I
had
might
an
have a serious
idea to
answer.
where the people
I
that
mean,
I
as
get the rainbow.
long as they're not helping you with
to
directions
where
or hitting your
people that
rocks,
I
I
party
guess.
up with, we don't party up, but they just
And
follow
not
me
partied up.
around.
Yeah, and not partied up.
Yep, of course not partied up. I would not break the rules.
Feisty, you
I
got
just thought
gifted
that would just
another
be
ore
hilarious
compass.
to get the rainbow.
As long as they're not helping you with directions or hitting your rocks.
Yep,
I
of
guess.
course not partied up. I
And
would
not
not.
partied up. Thank you.
Yeah, not
Yep,
partied
of
up.
course not partied
that
up.
would just be
I would not
hilarious.
break the rules.
What?
Feisty, you
just
got
thought that would
gifted
just be
another ore
hilarious.
compass.
That would be hilarious.
Cole,
Citrine!
you got gifted a piece of gold.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh,
Like,
oh my
I'd be
gosh,
mining and
oh my
it would
gosh,
be
oh
like
my gosh.
way over there.
Cole, you got gifted a piece of gold. Cole, you got
Holding my
gifted
breath.
a piece of gold.
Holding
Oh
it.
my god, thank
I'm on
you! Thank you whoever did that! Erica! I love you, Erica!
I was
Welcome
on it
in!
now.
You're a cutie.
As long as it
Holy
doesn't
crap.
break any.
Holy crap.
My ore compass is run out.
Come on, guys. We can do this. We can do
Perfect,
this.
thank you.
Unless it actually brought
I
me
wonder
We have
if I
8
should
minutes left
go-
in the hour. 8 minutes left.
My ore compass is run
They
out.
would have to find me though. So that would
Everybody
be
gotten their lucky coin, right? Perfect, I thank forgot you. to mention that
I
the first
wonder
hour.
if
I'm just hoping everybody's
I
got a
should
lucky coin.
go to
Yes.
the
8
Elderwood.
minutes left in the hour. 8 minutes
Holy-
left.
Yes, I actually have 2.
Everybody
I
think
have
has
them, but
so.
not in my
their
inventory.
Garnet!
Is that
I
fine?
forgot to mention that the first hour. Yeah, you'll have time to go to your home to get your
Yes,
coin.
I actually have 2.
I think so.
Yes, I actually have 2.
I think
have them,
so.
but not in my inventory. Is that
I have my coin on me.
Yeah, you'll have time to go to your home to get your coin.
I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm doing it anyway.
Very true.
I want this bug.
All of them freeze up again.
For good luck.
MB, what's up, love? How are you? Welcome in.
I thought it would be for good luck. Love, because
Knowing my
Coaster's
luck,
voice
it's gonna come from a
is
small.
probably like a national treasure.
By the way,
in
y'all,
New
we are
Zealand.
now at $6,300, which means if we raise $45 more, you all would have raised $3,000 today.
Wow,
Which
wow, wow,
means
wow.
If we raise $45 more, you all would have raised.
What's the most that's been raised on any day so far?
That's
Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Well, we've only had 2 rounds so far
Almost right.
this month. But if you're talking about overall in
Yeah, I'm
existence,
curious.
I believe
Well, we've only had 2 rounds so far.
October we raised $11,000 in one round. But I don't know. I don't remember how much Juppie and she raised last year. I think it was more than that last year.
It was
Guys,
yeah, it was
I
a
think
lot.
that
I think they raised like
Let's-
$16,000 in one round last year.
last year. I think it was more than that last
It
year.
was, it was yeah, it was a
Lots. I think they raised like $16,000 in one round
That's
last year.
crazy. 16,000?
So, lots.
Insane.
No, I just have them all highlighted. I don't have the sound on them, Lindsay.
Oh my god, Tia Sarah, thank
I got
you.
tired. Like, it's the stream deck's not working, so I have them all muted, but I have all the
Sweet bean.
boxes up.
Oh my
Cole,
Thank you,
goodness.
Mom.
if my Discord would work.
Harry,
I wonder if
Spartan,
people
we're
think
just
that
over
way of
here
my voice.
mining
I feel like my
Palia
voice is
for
kind of annoying.
Charities.
Oh my
there's
God,
a
maybe
no.
that's just me.
and,
I'm so
that
over
takes you
just
to the
Discord,
demo.
like, not working. Hello? There we go. Alright.
You-
Gold, you
I
got
thought I heard my
gifted
name.
2 pieces of gold.
But I don't know what she said. Ah, crap.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was confusing.
I know,
Not
Liam.
working.
That's why I'm in
Hello? Pieces
Bahali.
of gold.
Yes! Yes! Thank you. Thank you to whoever just gifted me 2 pieces of gold.
So I'm gonna start my next round.
I think next round we're gonna start in the Elderwood, okay? We're gonna start in the
Extra
Elderwood.
long break. We can have a dance party.
Be careful.
Just like we did
putting
last
stuff like that
time.
in my chat, 'cause I'm
Third
not
of
supposed
12.
Except this time we're
Closer
gonna
to
get an
the
amethyst and a
Holy
ruby.
helps.
Okay? Okay.
Thanks.
Shantae, you stay.
Ooh, we gotta guard it. That's our first guard it.
It is going to an amazing cause. It is. All for charity.
Some
We love
big-ass
that.
stones.
We love it gets better.
I don't know why. I have
Yeah,
none of the
Because you know
sounds
what?
on.
It does get better. It does get better.
Is gone from
It may not feel like
I'm
it's
getting
going
my
to
kill in
in
my
the
rummage.
immediate, but if you hold
Oh,
on,
stuff like that's fine. Okay.
it gets
I
better.
wasn't sure.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
does.
So. Let me
Start the
Sweet
train! See? It gets better!
Sweet Leaf Sweet Leaf is uncommon. Sorry, love. Okay, go ahead.
Sweet Leaf?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Sweet Leaf is uncommon. Sorry, love. Alright, we have more thieves in the chat. Yo, 2 points from Feisty going to Coaster.
Hit all the rocks. Get all the stones. Hit all the rocks. Get all the stones.
Alright, we have more thieves in the chat.
Do we get bonus points if we get rammed by these red critters? Mass critters?
No, no, you do not. 2 points from Feisty going to Coaster.
What? The points got stolen.
3 minutes left.
Ow!
I found the problem.
Rammed by these red
I found the problem, Lens.
Mass critters.
We got it fixed. No, you do not.
Damn.
3 minutes left.
2 points stolen from me.
NB, what's up, love? Your love and support, we're here to stay. A double rate, oh my god. So many noises. Good luck. I'm sorry, we got an echo. Echo music. Oh my god. Too much. Overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. Ah!
Absolutely. Yeah.
Welcome in, Raiders. Pritfa, Planet P, hello. Welcome in. How are y'all doing? We're about to hit our halfway mark, y'all. By the way, guys, again, so we've got 2 minutes left in the half. We are $5 away from this round raising $3,000. Only $5 away from hitting that mark. Ah! By the way, guys, again, so we've got 2 minutes left in the half. We are Welcome in, everybody. If y'all don't know who I am, my name is Amanda. I'm a drag queen streamer. We are doing the Great Palia charity hunt right now and raising money for It Gets Better.
Whoever's in the lead. I'm just assuming that's in the lead. Dollars, that's a bug. That's a bug or a fish. 5 minutes to the giveaway.
Cole, you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Right.
And you all have now officially raised over $3,000 today in just a half.
Let me add that.
Cole, you just got Coaster, you just got gifted a piece of gold. And you all have now officially raised over. Coaster, you got a piece of silver as well. Today.
Oh my goodness, amazing! And we're
Shy, you just got gifted a piece of gold. All right, if you are hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Head home if you don't have your coin on you. Otherwise, head to the underground. All right, sorry y'all for that last hour being a little crazy. I don't know what was going on with my computer, but Discord was going crazy and my stream deck was freezing and all of y'all's streams were freezing. I'm like, yeah, it was a hectic hour, but we got it out of the way, and hopefully we'll continue on without the hectic.
And no apologies needed. Y'all waited for me, so.
Feisty just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so grab your guys' coins, head to the underground. We're gonna go ahead and do the lucky coin twist and the hot pot first, and then we'll take our 10-minute break. For you all that don't know, during my 10-minute break, I do a mystery outfit giveaway on my stream. These were sponsored by Princess Jen, aka J Allen 445. So that'll happen when we take the actual 10-minute part break. When you guys get to the underground, go ahead and cash in your coin, get your box, and then open up your inventory. That'll let me know you guys are ready for that section. How this works, when you guys open up your lucky coin box, if it's furniture, you will be getting 10 points. If it's a plushie, you will get 20 points. Hot pot. How hot pot works, you'll play 1 round. If you win your round of hot pot, you will win 10 points. Then you're going to spin the wheel. If you get deco, you get an extra 10 points. If you get a plushie bag, you'll get an extra 20 points. So there's lots of points to be had here in the halftime twist section. I see Shy is opened and ready. Go ahead, Shy, and open up your box.
I got worms.
Worms do not help you. If you want to go ahead and start your hot pot game, go ahead. Feisty has got their inventory open. Go ahead and open up yours, Feisty.
Blue crackling firework.
Fireworks do not help you.
But it's blue.
Go ahead and start yours. I see Coaster with their inventory open. Go ahead, Coaster.
Honey Bunch bed.
Honey Punch B, that's the plushie, right?
The bed. The furniture.
Oh, furniture. Okay, so that's 10 points.
Bed.
Sorry.
Bed. Sorry.
Accent.
All right, so you got 10 points from that. Go ahead and start yours. Serenity, go ahead and open up yours, love.
Oh God, come on now.
What'd you get?
Furniture. A lamp.
All right, a lamp is furniture. 10 points for Serenity. Go ahead and start yours, your hot pot round. And Cole, go ahead and open up yours, love. What'd you get?
I got worms.
Worms do not help you. Go ahead and start your hot pot. After you all finish your hot pot, you'll end up going to the stable of the adventure zone you're wanting to start the next round in. Feisty, if you don't already
Except
know,
for me.
you'll go home.
It's fine.
Start your timer at home.
It's fine.
But you are capped now. No more gradations after this one. Hi, Lilu. How are you doing, love? Again, I just want to do a quick shout out. Thank you all 5 of you all, for participating in this charity event. It means the world to me to have so many streamers. Last year we had 30, a little under. I think we had like 30. I think we had like 29, something like that. This year, counting myself, we have 50 streamers, which is amazing. So yeah. It's exciting, and I'm so happy about it. This has grown into being an absolute huge success of an event. And it cannot be done without you all. It cannot be done without all our sponsors and our charity mods. So give a big old shout out to all of our charity mods. Thank you guys so much for helping and everything else. Appreciate them.
But I can still be ungrounded, right? And
Yes,
only serve my 5 minutes.
Correct. Look at that, Isabel. Look at that badge. Look at that badge. We're hitting halftime. We're going to do our 10-minute break as soon as they are done with their hot pot rounds.
I lost my hot pot round.
No.
I just needed one more
I also
card.
lost mine.
Oh no. All right. Go ahead and head again to the
I
stable.
just won mine.
Stable to the front. Go to the stable of the adventure zone you're all wanting to start, and then open up your inventories.
Do we not want to spin the wheel?
Yes, the winners will spin their wheel, but if you don't have,
Oh, just the winners.
Yeah, because you don't get enough coins to spin the wheel for with one game. So yes, whoever won can go, which was Coaster. Go ahead and spin the wheel. So Coaster got 10 points for winning the hot pot. You get more points.
We got ingredient bag.
Wah, wah, wah. All right, but you got 10 points at least from winning. All right, Feisty, you have been ungrounded, so you will only spend 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. I feel like I'm not hearing the badum-tisses.
That one came through well, about a minute ago.
Oh, okay. That's probably why.
It came through while we were doing the people were announcing what that they won or lost the rounds. So
Are we good to take the break now, Amanda?
Yeah,
If we've done our hot pot?
Yeah, just leave your inventory pieces up and start again wherever you all wanted to start at, and then you guys can take your break. I won't start the 10-minute timer until everybody's done with hot pot. Also, y'all, just so you know, I did turn off the lurk bait fishing. Hopefully, that'll help us out a little bit more with the things we got going on here. Thank you all for the follows. We're just waiting on Feisty and Cole to finish their hot pot rounds. Thank you, another follow. I appreciate it. All the follows. Welcome in.
I lost hot pot.
Wah, wah, wah. All right, we're just waiting for Cole's table to finish, and then we will end up starting the 10-minute timer. Farmer, hello, love. About to kick off some drama. Uh-oh, nerdy. Uh-oh. Thank you for the follow. We're doing some refreshing here. Lindsay, can you confirm that everybody else's scores except for Cole's is good to go? Okay, thank you. I'll announce that, nerdy, after the round is up. After once we start the round, I'll announce that. Just so you know, nerdy, it's coming. Cole, tell your players they need to play faster.
I have been on one card for so long.
I know, I've been watching. Feisty, what Madrinas are you drinking?
Elderberry lemonade, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Finally, I won.
All right, Cole won. That's 10 points for Cole. Go ahead and quickly go open up, spin that wheel. While you're spinning that wheel, I am going to go ahead and start that 10-minute timer for our break with my mystery outfit giveaway. Go ahead and spin your wheel.
I lied. It wasn't a win.
It was not a win? Oh, no.
No, it was not a win.
Never mind.
I think we all tied.
Oh, yeah, y'all timed out.
Yep.
No one won. Ouch.
Nope.
That sucks.
All right,
It's
go ahead and
rude.
go.
It is rude.
Go to the starter, the adventure zone you want to start with, and then open up your inventory. All right, timer has started for the 10-minute timer. When we get back from it, I'll go over the scores and we'll start the second round. But the scores are on my screen, all confirmed except for Cole's, which will get confirmed as soon as they get to their adventure zone. Exclamation mark mystery in my chat for the mystery outfit giveaway. I'll be back.
In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers, remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers, remember this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers, remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stone, through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth, it gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star
Yeah, Nana, just try to
stones,
refresh.
let's dig it
Sometimes
up.
it takes a minute to register that you've become a follow. It takes time for my bot to communicate with Twitch. Twitch to communicate with my bot. What happens? Is that better? Turn it down a little bit. Yeah, sometimes it takes just a few moments for the bot to register that you followed. Alright, y'all, we have 1 minute left before we start back up. Is everybody back?
Yup.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm also back.
30 seconds. We'll see who wins this mystery outfit. Then we'll go over the
I'm
scores
back.
and get ourselves started. Perfect. Thank you. While we're waiting, does anybody have questions, comments, or concerns? Nothing? No? Okay, good. And our winner is Spoony Sparkles. Spoony Sparkles, exclamation mark claim in the chat. Spoony Sparkles, another streamer.
You gotta have pride. Don't be ashamed. Love is the same. I got pride.
Congratulations. I'll make sure to get that to you. Spoony, I think we are following each other in the game. If not, if you can get in the game and follow or add me, and I'll send that to you probably tomorrow, because I have to literally, as soon as Shane gets done, get ready for work, go to work, because I am a working gal. And I don't get sleep. This is no sleep June. It's naps only. Alright, going over scores, y'all. Let's see what we got going here. It looks like Feisty is in the lead right now at 183. Coaster is at 179. Cole at 152. Shy at 136. Serenity at 119. When we're looking at silver, it's a close match. Feisty's in the lead with 65. Coaster with 63. Cole at 9. Shy at 7. In gold, it looks like Coaster's in the lead with 75. Cole at 57. Feisty at 44. Shy at 40. Serenity at 27. In platinum, Coaster in the lead with 36. Feisty at 14. Cole at 13. Serenity at 6. Shy at 1. That is where all of our things are at. Hopefully. There's that. Anybody have questions, concerns, comments? We all ready to get the second half going? Starting off the second half, just so you know, we do have some point steals. Coaster and Cole are losing 2 points each, all heading to Feisty.
Me pirates are at work.
Alright. Starting this round again, Feisty starting off grounded, but only for 5 minutes. Ungrounded has already been paid for, so you're good to go there. If you all are ready, I am ready to let y'all go. Y'all may begin. Zeke, start a timer for 5 minutes for Feisty.
Feisty timers on the clock for 5 minutes.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's play dirty. It's not really playing dirty. It's playing the system.
Nana, thank you for the
Deal,
biddies, for the highlighted
Deal.
message. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you can't ground Feisty anymore, so you might as well be cute little pirates.
Also, I'm going to release another
Take those
twist
points.
in the game. And we're going to do... also, I'm going to release another twist in the Kitsu.
Oh, shit.
If you go get your Kitsu bag, and it's arrows, you're going to win points. If it's dispel arrows, you're going to get 20 points. If it's fine arrows, you'll get 15 points. If it's slowdown arrows, you'll get 10 points.
Wow, okay, okay. I get
Considering
arrows
I'm
from
already
that
at
thing all
home,
the
can I
time.
just go do that?
Yes, you can.
Pirates are queer coded. It's
I'm already at home, can I just go do that?
Yes, you can.
Pirates are queer coded.
Oh my god, y'all. 5 rubies
Sorry, I
have
had
just
to.
been gifted to Coaster.
Oh my god.
5 rubies.
$500. Lizzie just gave $500. Are you kidding? That's amazing.
Feisty, you just got gifted a gold and platinum.
Oh my gosh.
And Coaster, I need you to
$500
stop
for
what you're
charity,
doing and
that's so
catch a
good. I
starred
don't even
bug,
care if it's
please.
not for me, and I don't think it is for me. And that's like, oh my god, that is.
Okay, I'm at my Kitsu.
Lizzie just
I got
donated
certified.
$500.
I'm sorry.
I am also at my kitsune.
Sorry, Feisty. Go ahead,
I
Shy.
got certified.
Spicy pepper seed. At my
The dang peppers. Sorry, Feisty. Go ahead, Shy.
Spicy pepper seed.
The dang peppers.
I heard them. Oh my gosh. I didn't hear Amanda.
Oh my god, that's funny.
I didn't hear that at all. Holy shit, 5 rupees. Oh, we're fucked.
I want to make sure I was heard. Coaster got gifted 5 rubies. I want to make sure 5 rubies for Coaster. Got gifted 5 rubies. Silver,
Yeah,
2
no,
pieces of
that's
silver to
5.
Feisty.
Holy shit.
Also, did
We are fucked.
I get heard about
Points.
Coaster having to go catch a starred bug? If not, Coaster, I need a starred bug from you.
Holy shit. So we just dropped $500.
I keep getting muted. I don't know why. Coaster, I need you to catch a starred bug, please. I keep getting muted. I don't know why. Coaster, I need you to catch a starred bug, please. Also, Coaster, you got gifted a piece of gold. Also, Coaster, you got gifted a piece of gold.
We're screwed, guys.
And we are now over $7,000 raised. Over $7,000 raised. $1,000 raised. Over $7,000 raised. Ziki, how much time is left? Ziki, how much time is left?
You're a feisty timer's got 44
That is
seconds
amazing for the funds, but damn.
I have caught my starred bug.
Thank you kindly. I think 1 starred
have
bug is
caught
worth the
my
5 rubies you just got
starred bug.
gifted, right? Thank you kindly.
That sucks.
I think
Starred
that
bug is
that's
worth the
only
5
fair.
rubies you just got gifted, right?
I think that that's only fair.
Oh yeah, we gotta change our outfit.
Your feisty timer's
Feisty, you're free.
your feisty timer's got
Thank you.
40 timers.
Ziki, stop. Feisty, you're free.
Your feisty
Thank
timer's
you.
got
Coaster, I need you to head home, please. You are grounded for the next 10 minutes. I need you to head home, please. You are grounded. Too many rubies in your pocket. You got grounded.
Ew.
I'll do my kitsune now as well.
I have a feeling
No
while I'm
problem.
here.
somebody's gonna be.
I'll
Ziki,
do my
start a
feeling
timer
somebody's
for
gonna-
10 minutes for
somebody's
Coaster.
gonna ground them.
Ziki,
Everybody's
start a
been
timer
grounding.
for 10 minutes for Coaster.
Thanks, Chi Chi. Gold and platinum. They may have not seen the platinum yet. I don't know. They're not.
Okay, kitsu.
Feisty, I need you to catch me a
not
starred
hearing everything that
fish
they're saying,
and a
so-
starred bug.
Kitsu.
Feisty,
Okay,
I
I'll
need
wait
you to
on
catch me a
my compasses
starred
then.
fish Yep, and I
a
did get that
starred
platinum,
bug.
by the way. I'm
Okay,
hearing
I'll
you.
wait on my compasses then.
Yep, and It's been did get
Uh,
that counted. Platinum, by the way. I'm hearing you. It's been counted.
Do I have to do the starred bugs and fish in a certain order?
No, whichever. I'll let you
Do I
do.
have to
Let
do
you
the
pick
starred
whichever.
bugs and fish in a certain Okay. order?
While I'm on my home
Whichever.
pot, can I
I'll let you
put
do
stuff away in my inventory that I
Yes, you
don't need?
can. Absolutely.
While I'm on my
Did
home
you get your
pot, can
kitsu
I
as
put
well?
stuff away in my inventory? I did. It was Sunak Hide.
Garnet Kide. Dang. Okay.
Thank you.
Did you get your kitsu as well?
I did. It was Sunak Hide.
Garnet Kide. Dang. Okay. All right, Coaster, you have been ungrounded, so I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, and you've also been donated another ruby.
Yes,
You
Adam.
have been ungrounded, so I'll let you know when your
Queen,
5
Oh
minutes
my
is up,
goodness.
and you've
Okay,
also
thank
been
you.
donated
Competitors,
another
please.
ruby.
Oh my goodness.
Zeke, take 5 minutes off that coaster timer.
Alright, I've got 5 minutes off your coaster. You've got 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
Wow,
I
y'all.
need all the lucks.
Craziness right now.
Oh, I caught my starfish.
Perfect. We'll put it on the grill. Hopefully it was something tasty.
Oh, I caught my starfish.
Perfect. We'll put it on the grill. Hopefully it was something tasty.
Start. Let's start.
Okay, what is with all the stone and none of the copper? It's just Serenity and I don't compete for nothing except for each other's love. That's the only thing we compete for.
Got my start bug.
Okay, not right now. After the event
Perfect,
is over. You think
thank
I'm getting the
you.
popsicle
Got my
while
start
I'm
bug.
mining?
Starting an ore compass.
Go right
before
ahead.
you can damage me anymore.
Thank
Can we
you.
ban my mod, please?
Starting an ore compass before
Someone,
you can
someone
damage
get this
me
man out of
anymore.
here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ooh, citrine.
Glizzy, thank you. Kathy, am I okay to restock on my ore compasses just in case? Like, do you mind if I grab a couple? Is
Hi,
it...
Kosa.
Serenity, you just got gifted
Welcome,
an
thank you
ore
for the follow.
compass. Serenity, you just got gifted
Supposed to
an
only
ore
be...
compass.
Oh, okay.
Studs, listen, I joined in when I saw yours, but also same brain. But also, rubies and boobies.
Rubies and boobies.
Boobies. Give me a ruby.
Zeke, how much time is
or an
left?
amethyst.
Zeke,
Or
how much time is left?
Your coaster timer's got 1 minute and 16 seconds left.
Something I can use. Amethyst for lots of tits. Exactly.
All the love and support for this event all around. I'm for Smash. There's no way I can't. I'd have to actually physically get that many rubies to even try to remotely try to catch up, you guys. I can't physically get that many. I'm sorry, I'm not that fucking lucky.
Ban you from food now.
Not lucky.
I mean, yeah, no.
Manifesting. Yeah, I'd have to go to the Elduas for that, but I need to at least try to keep my silver. Although all they have to do now is just stay in Kilma and just go after the silver anyways.
I love it when you're feisty.
Keep them at home.
Your coaster timer is done.
But we can't
Toaster,
grab them
you are
entire
free to
time.
go.
They had to put
Ziggy,
it,
stop.
Thank you.
limitation.
When you get into whatever adventure zone you're gonna go to, I need you to catch me 2 starred bugs, please. 2 of them.
Okay.
Feisty, I need you to head to the Royal Highlands for 10 minutes, please. Feisty,
Can I do this last hit?
Yes, you can finish the hit you're on.
Thanks. Can I do this last hit?
Shy, you just got gifted an ore compass. Let me know when you're headed that way, when it's loading, and I'll start your timer.
Okay, I'm gonna also go ahead and start that ore compass.
Go ahead, Shy.
What's the gold?
Okay, I'm gonna also go
totals?
ahead and start that ore compass.
Go ahead, Shy.
I'll just look real quick.
Ziki, start a timer for Feisty for 10 minutes.
Jesus, Coaster has 76 gold. How do they have so much gold?
Feisty
Are
timer's
they
on
just
for
getting
10 minutes.
gifted all the golds and stuff? That's crazy. Oops.
Toaster just got gifted 2 more rubies.
Showing way up
Toaster
there.
just got gifted 2 more rubies.
Oh my god. Guys,
We're at $7,585, y'all. $7,585 raised so far. $85, y'all. $7,585.
Tell it's loading? Tell it's loading. What? Serious, I've got no idea what you were just trying to say. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, we might as well just sit here.
Go down. Oh my goodness.
Y'all play nice. Play nice, y'all. It's all for charity. We were doing so good for just a little bit. I can't complete, so
I
might as well
have
donate.
my 2 stud bugs.
Okay, now I need you to forge 5 items for me, please.
Okay. Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. I have my 2 stud bugs.
Should I start singing? What? Should you start singing? What do you mean singing?
I have full rainbow starstone.
Who was that?
Sorry, I can't
Serenity.
see the rest of the chat.
Serenity? Okay, we'll get a admin to double check that, and I'll let you know if that's confirmed.
Oh my gosh.
I have my 5 foraged.
Perfect. Thank you. You're you can mine now. You're good to go for now.
As far as stuff for,
I have full rainbow starstone.
I can't even get to the
All right.
servers to get
Serenity
rainbow
is
starstones.
confirmed with the Starstone set. That is an extra 20 points.
I'm around this
I have
shaper.
my 5
Check my fact check. Or check your own fact check.
You can mine now. You're good to go for now.
Emerald is the next birthstone, just saying. What do you mean the next birthstone?
All right.
I'm going to drop
Serenity
a
is
ore
confirmed
compass.
with the Starstone set.
Perfect,
That is
go
an
ahead.
extra 20 points. Go ahead.
Yay! Let's freaking go.
I too also have full
Let's
rainbow
go. That big
starstones.
silver node. Thank you.
This
You
is
blessed
Shy.
us so
All
hard.
right. Shy, we'll
That
make sure
big
that's
silver
confirmed,
node
and we'll let
carried
you know.
us.
I'm going to drop
Booty
a
for the
ore
emerald.
compass.
Exactly.
This is Shy.
All hell rainbow queens ready.
I love rubies, but that's a lot. You've got 600. Not me.
All right, Shy is confirmed as well as a starred set. 20 points for Shy. 20 points for Shy.
I have just got my rainbow. I have just got my rainbow.
Okay, back to back to back rainbows. We'll check yours to make sure yours is good. All right, Nerdy Black Woman, this is all is for competition. This is how it is. This is how our competition is. It's all donation based. We're gonna be fine and free and fair, and that's how the competition works. It's all how it works. But that communication right there that you just did makes it sound like you're that way, and we're not gonna have that. We're gonna stay positive and fun. This is a fun game and competition.
Starstones up. And Highlands sucks for Starstones. It really does. I think Coaster needs to spend some time in the Highlands. But they'd be luckier though, so that could be a bad thing.
So let's just drop it, y'all. We're having fun, and that's what the competitions are for. Thank you. That's the whole point of this game, is for competition, and for points to be donated.
And they were worried. Stars. No, we're not. Yeah, I know, but those aren't a part of this competition because they were brought in to the game after the competition had already started. But they will be a part of the challenge.
Did we get a confirmation for Coaster for their rainbow set?
I would love to be in. I would.
Yes, okay. Alright, we do have a confirmation with Coaster's rainbow set as well, so 20 points to Coaster. With Coaster's rainbow set as well, so 20 points to Coaster. Alright, we do have a confirmation with Coaster's rainbow set as well, so 20 points to Coaster. Ziki, do I have any timers going? Ziki, do I have any timers going?
Yep, you've got a feisty timer running with 2 minutes and 48 seconds left.
Coaster, I need you to head to the Royal Highlands, please, for 10 minutes.
Royal Highlands, copy that.
I'm gonna use the other half of this ore compass in Elderwood.
Coaster, I need Ziki, start a timer for Coaster for 10 minutes.
Coaster timer's rolling for 10 minutes.
We got a random chaos wheel to do here as well.
Do I have a ore compass left? This is Cole.
Yes, you do.
May I use it, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Do I have a ore compass left? This is Cole.
Yes, you do.
May I use it, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Random chaos wheel has spoken. And Feisty, I need you to catch me an animal, please. Hunt an animal.
Sorry, that was a Feisty I was talking.
Yes, Feisty, I need you to hunt an
thank you.
animal. Random chaos wheel has spoken. And Feisty, I need you to catch me an animal, please. Hunt an animal.
Sorry, that was a Feisty I was talking.
Yes, Feisty, I need you to hunt.
Okay, I got a jack hat.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I got a jack hat.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh my Lord Jesus.
Let's check in over here on Coaster.
Your feisty timer is done. Your feisty timer is done.
Feisty, you are free from the Royal Highlands. Feisty, you are free
You're allowed
from
to
the
mine.
Highlands.
I'm allowed to mine. I just had to
Thank
be
you.
here for 10 minutes.
That's correct. Yeah, you can do all your mining you want. You're stuck on that
That's correct.
adventure
Yeah,
zone.
you
You can do all your mining you want. You're stuck on that adventure zone. Feisty, you just got gifted 20 pieces of gold. You just got gifted 20
Oh my goodness, thank you.
pieces of gold.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
I get that. I get that. What am I doing? Mining large stones. I need to find gold. Lizzie, you are an absolutely amazing human, and I appreciate everything that you've done. I'm actually genuinely in shock. Gold. About what you did, and I cannot thank you enough. Because again, it's going to
Okay, I think my Orcupus
an
is
amazing
done.
cause.
Yeah, I think my Orcupus is
Okay,
done.
thank you. Okay, thank you.
CAMPFIRESONG song. CAMPFIRESONG song. And if you don't think that we can sing it fast.
All right, friends. We're gonna do this. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're still going.
Also, just to let you all know where we're at. We're at $7,735 raised so far. We have 35 minutes left in this
Amazing.
hour. We have 35 minutes left in this hour.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Panic!
For the I try to go for
Thank you for the hydrate.
rainbow.
I don't know why my sounds aren't working, but thank you. I appreciate the hydrate.
Sapphire. I was trying to manifest it. Sapphire comes out of iron, right? I think it comes out of iron, right? Can someone confirm that for me? Sapphire comes out of iron, not just and or gold. It's been a while since I've had sapphire. I'm pretty sure. I could potentially get sapphire from here. I believe. But if not, then yeah, we might as well. Can I fit out of here? I'm so funny. Thank you. I'm like... Yeah, because I would need... I think I need sapphire. I need onyx. I'm not having that luck with getting the rainbow, but... We did last time in, October. The October round. Also, guys, don't forget to enter !pride for your chance to win a rainbow plush set. The only one that's not in there is the new jam plushie, because, well, I don't even have one yet. But I found out you could shoot the amber stuff. Oh, there's a special, there are special, arrows that make it go down in one hit. As well. There's you get a recipe for them. I kind of ignored them for a while. Oh, you know what? I should have repaired. I don't think I repaired. Yes. That's right. Yeah, see, I need 4. My lord. Yeah, this one's an arrow, and then there is a potion as well. Yeah. There's a potion as well. So yeah, I did a lot to get the rainbow.
Poster, you just got gifted 50 pieces of gold. 50 pieces of gold.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. So the top score for... No, keep this in mind. So the top score for the actual stones for the... From the first 2 rounds was 258? 258. So Coaster started taking that first spot. And then so I don't know what the other scores are under the 258. So Coasters is obviously going to be sitting in first after this round. Now there's some pretty tough competition coming up in some further rounds if we're focusing on the top scores, the 5 top scores for the month. So we just need to get our numbers up so that maybe we can get up into the top 5. We gotta start citrine from that. That's not bad.
Minutes of my life, I swear.
Ziki, how much time is left?
What happened?
Your coaster
Oh.
timer's still ticking with 1 minute and 25 seconds left.
I broke it. That's why. I fixed it. Sorry.
Sorry.
My goodness. Thank you, Kathy. Sorry, I think I hid the wrong thing earlier when I was on break.
By the way, guys, we are $15 away from $8,000. From $8,000.
Wow. No, the maid outfit has been hit and destroyed. I was wondering why we weren't hearing it. That's because I broke it.
Massive win for the charity. Puts us on a really great track to get that 20K.
Maid outfit is confirmed.
Hopefully, I'm actually really hoping we get to 30K, but I started our goal at 20 to be conservative with the with our goal.
Lizzie has been absolutely amazing. Everyone has been amazing. Everyone that donates is here to support, is just hanging out and stream. Like, holy, someone just donated 400 as well.
Timer is done.
Coaster, you are free to go.
Timer is done. Your
Coaster, you are free to go.
Oh, okay, cool. We're leaving. We're zooming.
Feisty, you just got gifted 30 pieces of platinum and a ruby. We are over $8,000.
Thank you. I'm also gonna start an ore compass. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
I'm gonna start an ore compass.
Kill him a loot
Go
pile.
ahead.
Okay, I'm going to the loot pile now.
Go ahead.
We're gonna do that before I forget. Lizzie, don't. Lizzie, don't. First, hello. The cats are pulling.
For people who are struggling, some people don't have, supportive families, supportive communities like we have here. For my family, my kids, you guys are my family as well, and I think it's absolutely fantastic.
I'm just doing my loot pile and kill him.
Alright, go ahead.
My loot pile and kill him. A potato.
Potato?
A potato.
Okay, the bars are not going down after I hit the things, and that's just weird to me. But yeah, that's the end all be all. So I'm not crying. You are.
Whoever is anonymous who just sent a donation, please see me in my chat. Let me know what you donated and who it's supposed to go to, because there's no info in the comment section.
Bye, stone. Bye, stone. Bye, jacket meat. Bye, fur. Bye, hide. Yeah, that's good enough for now. Ruby. Manifesting a ruby. Where's Mercury? I need her to sing me a manifestation song. The only thing about these caves is I end up going in circles, going, where am I? Where am I?
Feisty and Coaster, both of you all, I need you. Feisty and Coaster, both of you all, I need you to catch me a starred bug. Also, I have 5 rubies and a piece of platinum going to Coaster.
My God. I think Coaster's community is after that that ruby that ruby tough rubies in one session. What is that, by the way, Amanda?
Yes, it was, Mernin. Was that yours?
Heard a bug. Are you starred? Are you starred, bug? You are not a starred bug. People are like, that person's creepy. Again, how
Also, y'all, we are now $25 away from 9,000. $25 away from 9,000.
Spies.
I know, right, Ozzy? Right? Thank you.
Oh, I can't even catch this. It's starred, but I can't catch it. Can I? Oh, I can't. I can't believe I found one, but I got a start bug.
Perfect. Feisty, you just got gifted an emerald and an onyx.
Aw, thank you. Aw, thank you. Who's mad? Nobody's mad. Can we not start? Can we not
Buying some of my books, right?
Other communities and who's mad and this and that. It just leave it. Just leave it. There's already a whole bunch of talk about that kind of stuff. I thought we were past it. Yeah, let's just not. We don't need people going in back and forth between the chats telling us who's mad at this, that, and the other thing. It's gonna bring down the competition, and this
It really is gonna bring down the mood of the
funds
competition.
for charity.
Absolutely agree.
I don't think there needs to be a whole bunch of people just sitting there being all freaking animosity against each
All
other.
about making money for charity, y'all. That is what it's all about. Maybe for a PC. Oh no, Mernin! It's for a good cause, Mernin. It's for a good cause.
Let's have it about raising funds and having some fun while doing it. Okay. I wasn't trying to hit you, Frog, I swear.
You're not stunned.
Do you donate it?
Am I just running around in circles at
You
this point? I think
donated,
so.
Jackie?
It's a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50.
Thank you,
per
Mernin.
person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
Oh my god. Ghost is still trying to get their root.
My ore compass is finished.
Perfect, thank you.
Boogie.
Perfect, thank you. Oh, at the beginning, gotcha. I don't even remember the beginning anymore.
Oh my god. I'm having a lot
Hi,
of fun.
Closer.
Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow.
Amanda
Follows are
runs
anonymous. Feel free to lurk and hang. Feel free to be part of the
Amanda,
chaos.
I'm starting an org
We're
contest
currently trying to find a
and
started bug because we have been
Okay,
sabotaged.
we'll start your timer as soon as you pop down. Okay, we'll start your timer as soon as you pop down.
It's always
Ziki, start a timer for Serenity for 10 minutes.
Hey, aquamarine! It is always sweet tea. Ooh, green tea lemonade? Okay. Okay. We'll go with that too. I'll take all that.
Ziki, start a timer for 10 minutes.
I have
Serenity.
a start bug. I have a start bug.
Thank you.
I'll have you know.
And I'm gonna pop a ore
Amelia,
compass. And I'm gonna pop
here,
a
Alright, go
ore
ahead.
compass.
Go ahead, you're good. Alright, go ahead.
here in
Go ahead, you're
Canada,
good.
here in Canada.
Now
when you
Zeke's
ask
not
for
wanting
an
to work,
iced
so now
tea,
I've started the timer on the stream deck.
it's always sweet. Always. That's what you get. That's what iced tea is here.
Good luck,
And don't
It's
fuck
what
it
you
up.
guys
and don't
call
fuck it up.
Cole, if it isn't sweet, it's not real. Cole, if it isn't sweet, it's not real.
Amen. Can I get an amen? Can I get?
Yeah, no, I mute myself in the
The
Discord.
worst part about living in Oregon was that they don't
Yes.
have sweet tea. Living in Oregon was that they don't have sweet tea.
Coming in here to
I
say
only
that that's
unmute
a
when
hate
I'm
crime.
like redeeming
Coming
something
here
or
to
saying
say
For
that
something.
that's a hate crime.
real. And they're like, oh, we can give you sugar packets. No, ma'am. And they're like, no, ma'am. Sugar packets. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Don't work that way.
No, because it's not even gonna dissolve.
Don't
What are you
work
talking
that
about?
way.
Yeah,
What
where
are you
we don't
talking
even
about?
really have sweet tea in Canada. We just have like iced tea.
Yeah, I had to go to Sonic or McDonald's to get my sweet tea
Yeah,
when I
I
lived
had
in
to go
Oregon. Sonic or McDonald's to get my sweet tea when I lived in Oregon.
Yeah.
I just have to go to
Here it's just
Washington.
iced tea. Can I
I
get
just
a?
have to go to Washington.
Can I get a gay man?
Oh, Lori, Alex, yes,
Santa,
I know,
love you.
right? It's just, I'm like, what? What? By the way, y'all, we have 21 and a half minutes left in the hour. 21 minutes. 21 and a half minutes left in the hour. 21 minutes.
Oh
And
my
again, we are
goodness.
$25 away from 9,000. $25 away from 9,000.
$25 away. That's so good.
Go this way.
Can confirm, Studs is one of my favorite people. He's the best. I'm no tea drinker, but as a southerner, any tea other than sweet tea is a crime. Thank you.
I am gonna add another twist into the game, y'all. The first streamer to get a tree amber will get 20 points. To get a tree amber will get 20 points.
A tree amber. Okay.
Tree amber.
Don't threaten me with a good time. I
Where do
will
we get the
chop
tree
the
ambers
shit
from?
out of these trees.
Can I get it from the ancient woods?
I will chop the shit
I
out of
gotcha.
all these goddamn
We're good.
trees. Lesbian lumberjack mode activated. Lesbian lumberjack mode activated.
Thank you for that donation hitting, making us hit $9,000. And all of you all were gifted a piece of silver.
Thank you.
Aw, that's so
Thank you.
sweet. That's so freaking sweet. I'm busy lumberjacking. Oh, we're overflowing. We're
Renee, just letting you
overflowing.
know, you were
I'm
gifted
down
a
11
piece
for you
of
guys.
silver. You were gifted a piece of silver. And we are now at
thank you, Hannah.
$9,000 raised.
Throw away. Throw the stone. Throw away.
Yeah.
Throw
Oh,
away.
Disney, she got that one.
Throw it away. Throw it away. Okay. Lumberjack. Lesbian lumberjack. Lesbian lumberjack.
What if
Oh.
it's this tree? Okay.
Also, just so you know, I did
Restart.
release a twist. The first streamer to get a tree amber gets 20 points.
Do we chop trees?
I don't want to waste them.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know. Do we chop trees?
What?
Trees?
Thank
But I
you,
have an ore
Lindsay.
compass active. I don't think we should chop trees because I have the ore at least on. Even though there's literally nothing here. You know what? If we're near a node, you guys chop trees and I'll hit the node. Just
Alright,
chop
I
the trees
got-
in the vicinity, I guess.
5 here. 5 nodes.
Wait,
South.
where?
Oh, you guys went over that way. Okay.
So where, who, where are you?
You're fine.
No, no.
Power cup is going, so that's my priority, not cut trees right now. Not right now. Hey Danica, howdy, welcome on in. Thanks for that follow. on. Before this last hit, we gotta make sure we get that food. Hey, Mussy.
Feisty, I need you to head to Kilima for 10 minutes, please.
This is why I can't remember. Okay, I just finished my last node.
Kilima for 10 minutes, please.
Okay, I just finished my last node. Okay, Kilima. Can I like return home and then go to Kilima?
Yeah, whichever way you would like.
Thanks. Can I like return home and then go to Kilima?
Yeah, whichever way you would
Thanks. I'm like, to get out of that cave.
Just let me know when the loading screen starts for heading to
Home
Kilima.
and then go to Kilima. Oh well, yeah, I'm in the loading screen to go home. So yeah, I'll just know when I'm going to the gate. Yeah, I'm in the loading screen to go home. So yeah, I'll just know when I'm going to the gate. All right.
Give me the amber. I want 20 points. Come on, lesbian lumberjack. Lesbian lumberjack. Oops.
Oh,
no, we're not
Lord.
watering the damn tree. We're cutting it down. We're cutting it down. Thank you.
All right, I'm going into Kilima.
Your
God,
timer has
so
started.
All right, I'm going into Kilima.
This person must
Your
think
timer has started.
This person that's following me and shooting the Muujin must think that I'm absolutely crazy because I'm just chopping the trees. I'm not even shooting any of the Muujin. I don't care about them. Deforestation. I don't know if I should be doing this, spending so much time trying to get an amber, but I'm just hoping. Yes! I got an amber. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, okay.
All right. Apparently that time made it work for you. Commander Cole got the amber for 20 points. Time made it work for you.
Yay for lesbian lumberjacks.
Got the amber for 20 points.
Woo! Yay for
Yeah,
lesbian
you
Just so
still
you
look
know, the
good.
amber has been received, so that is now off the table.
Okay.
Thank you for saving me from having to hit trees.
Okay. Are we planning a
Thank you for the
data
follow.
center in Bahari? Right? I gotta get rid of all this. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Oh. Make sure that that was the wood. Okay, it was. Throw away. Throw away the wood. Throw away the wood. Okay. Now we're back to your regularly scheduled mining. That was a tongue twister.
That sounds like me. Cole's over here sounding like me.
Poor Amanda is having so many technical issues.
We're doing
It's
all right.
rude. Not on Pride
Feel free to
Month.
lurk and hang. Feel free to be part of the chaos. How was date night? It was good. We vibed. We hung out. This is... Oh, that's the broken one. Dang it. Okay. We had a really good time. They didn't give you the Jolteon refund.
Absolutely. We insanely,
Amazing.
Alice, just so you know, we
Amazing
do this every month. So not this extreme. Like this month is our big month because I'm a it gets better. It gets better. Sorry, my brain just froze. I'm gonna It Gets Better charity mod
I think my ore
partner.
compass just ended.
Okay, thank you.
I think my ore compass just ended.
Am I muted in DC?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I want to do this every month, every year for that. But every month we do a charity event, and we do different charities. Like last month we did.
Thought you were hearing me twice.
For veterans.
Hopefully not.
Hold on, y'all.
If you have Lash's stream open, it may.
Time is up
through,
for
I
you,
think.
party love. Time's
Oh, I'm
up.
stuck.
Okay. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Last month we did for veterans. We do charity for children's charity. I think September we're doing Starlight Children's Foundation. November we always do the Miss Gay City of Columbia Courage Scholarship, which is a scholarship that I established when I was Miss City of Columbia. What else do we have? We have a few others. October we'll be doing
Okay, what's that? Hi, honey, I'm home.
that would be Serenity coming back from her party.
Okay, what's that? Oh, okay. I was like, what the heck is that noise?
That would be Serenity coming back.
I just keep saying hi, mom, and asking
okay. I was
for
like,
toaster strudels.
Hello. Oh, I will absolutely get you toaster strudel. Would you like icing on that?
Oh my god, of course. Thank
Extra-
you.
extra icing, please.
got
Extra
you.
icing.
Would you like icing on that? I'll make some homemade
Oh
ice
my
cream,
god,
in
of
fact.
course. Thank you.
Extra icing, please. But yeah, so lots of charity events all the time. Yeah, exclamation mark. Actually, here we go. Charity Discord. Just join that Discord there, and you'll let us know that we'll get you added. Yeah. And it doesn't matter the size. All sizes of streamers are welcome to compete in these events because I like it. I like the good mix of big streamers, little streamers, medium streamers. You know, just about raising funds. That's all. Yeah, I have thought about trying to do that. I've been working on things as well. I thought about doing. I might do different borders, like the colors of the. I don't know if I'll be able to space to put their names over it and be legible, but I'm thinking about changing the borders and maybe being the color that they are. That's my thought, Carolina. So, like right now, Serenity is the top corner right here. So her border would be orange, and then Coaster would be yellow. Cole down here below would be green. Feisty is blue. And then Shy is purple. I think that's what I'm gonna do to kind of fix that. And hopefully that makes things a little bit easier. But we've been working on things. We've been trying it and figuring out new ways of doing stuff. Feisty, you've got gifted 2 ore compasses.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, y'all, we have 9 minutes left in this hour. That also means, Feisty, you can only achieve. No, that's it, right? Yeah, that's it for your ore compasses. No more ore compasses for you.
Oh, okay. We can only have 2 in the final hour, I guess. Yeah.
Well, because we have the split at the 30-minute break. So it's. I mean, if you want to try to squeeze it in there, you might be able to squeeze it in there. Just know if we get sabotages, you will have to take care of the sabotages while you have those ore compasses.
Yeah, but I can't get grounded at least.
Correct. That is correct. So yeah, that's something I'm gonna work on. Yeah, too much noise. I get it. And I'm still also trying to figure out how to feature, because what originally had is these borders were going to be on the person that I was featuring, but my stream deck is not working the way I would like it to work. So it's working on stuff like that. But I think that's a great thought and an idea for it, for sure. Thank you for the bless you. I appreciate it. And again, I appreciate all the feedback. Feedback is gold, y'all. If y'all ever have any feedback or need to do that, send me a Discord message, or, you know, whisper me or whatever. I will take all feedback I can. That's what makes these events grow, right? getting you all's ideas and thoughts and stuff with that and how to fix things. And I'm always open to telling you all why something's ran the way it is. The why we have it set up the way we do right now, kind of things like that. Yeah, I'm thinking about releasing another one at the top of the hour.
My all compass has run out.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're also always looking for mods to help with the streams and these events too. So, if you're interested in helping us out and you're, have a little bit of skills of sheets. Vamp, Vamp, I need to see you in my chat, please. Vamp.
And then that's up to me to know to not go to them. You love this. We have raised so far. Are we at 9K? Oh my god! We started at 33K today when we started today's competition. We are currently at 9K raised for It Gets Better. Also, I'm gonna take a minute here because I don't know if we'll have any more party ups and things for that later.
Feisty,
But
you're
I just want to say
free to
thank
go
you
wherever you like.
again to anybody who's donated, anybody
Thank
who's
you.
lurking and vibing with us, but also a thank you
Feisty,
to
you're,
my
free to
mods,
go
the
wherever you
charity
like.
mods, Amanda.
Thank you.
For those of you who are
I'm also
who've been
checking
in my party
again,
today,
reminding
helping me.
Vamp, whoever
Thank you to all of
Vamp
you.
is, if I can see you in my chat, please. I'm also checking again, reminding
Big
Vamp,
thank you.
whoever Vamp is, if I can see you in my chat, please.
Holy shit, I know, I can't believe it.
Mom, can you let Bam know he's being paid
Goals or where I thought maybe today would go, we've surpassed that.
We've completely survived. I have a new headset today that'll allow me to listen while still taking calls because it's got like oh, that's awesome. That's amazing. That's so cool. He is on his way. Sounds good. Thank you. Vamp. Alright, Feisty can no longer be grounded. So is there someone else you would like to ground? Or would you like to use your $40 for something else? But Feisty is no longer able to be grounded. She has maxed out the groundations that she can receive. You want me to ground Coaster? Okay. That'll happen at the beginning of the hour. It's the Turtle Beach Stealth Pro 2. Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. Like, all the the technical stuff always gets me. 4.5 minutes left in the hour, y'all. 4.5 minutes left. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Minutes left in the hour, y'all. 4.5 minutes left.
That is not a lot of time. Have we killed this poor little server? Like I think I saw Clay.
More into my chat, please.
Pop up as I was going by. Oh.
More into my chat, please.
Mora, did you just do the thing and not put the name Naughty?
It's so weird being called on. I know. I'm gonna make. I feel like I need like
Feisty,
an emote, like a principal's office emote or something.
Go to see the principal.
Did you want the sabotage and the incentive to go to Feisty?
If you can't say it when you're actually selecting it, you have to say it on the final page. It's a bit wonky. The streamer can't see it on the other side.
Because I was assuming... I'm assuming you did not want to
But
sabotage
thank you,
and
unless
incentivize
you're doing
Feisty.
a sabotage, then, well... Then we have to talk. Hey, Pentatonics, hello,
Thank you.
welcome on in.
Toaster, I need you to talk to the nearest NPC, please. And Feisty, you got a piece of platinum. I need you to talk to the nearest NPC,
Thank you.
And Feisty, you got a piece of platinum.
Aw, thanks. Thank you.
2.5 minutes left in the hour. 2.5 minutes left.
No snacks when it's not break
Can I
time.
use the stables board to travel to find an NPC?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
That was
Can I use the
sneaky.
stables board to travel to find an NPC?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Somebody didn't like the NPCs they wanted to talk to.
You'll learn one day.
But to be fair. Ooh, we just got an emerald. Let's go. Let's get some hype in the chat. Stop taking my stickers. Ooh.
We do have a raid video, but I'm just not playing that at the moment while we're doing the charity hunt. We made food for the bundles and Rift quest. Then we went all around Highlands getting the fish we needed and bugs and tea and everything.
There's some gold. Oops. Oops.
Nio and I are having a little
I
chat.
know what I'm doing. Give me this.
Nio and I are having a little chat.
Perfect. Tell him I'll see him tonight.
Will do.
7 gold.
Perfect. Tell him I'll see him tonight.
Will do.
Yes. Get it, girl.
What's up, Demo? Welcome in. How are you?
That way I can go and see Kenyatta while Amanda takes care of Nio. I can go and see Kenyatta and rendezvous. That smooth bitch better stay away from my mans.
Though.
It's a pain when I'm playing games on Xbox.
The
while doing
Ween
things
is
in
on.
Discord.
We've got the Rainbow Queen. Oh god, my inventory's full again. Well, it's okay. We're about to go dump, right?
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Put up your inventory so mods can double check the scores. While the mods are checking the scores, I'm going to let you all know how this last hour is going to go. We will do another pause at the half-hour mark. At that time, all time sabotages and incentives will end. All that will be left will be regular sabotages and then, of course, regular incentives. Then at 10 minutes till, when we have 10 minutes left on the clock, all sabotages will end. All that will be available would be donations of starstones and ore up until the very end of time. There's that. See, so we can clear on things. Feisty cannot get any more ore compasses. Feisty can also cannot be grounded anymore. I see Coaster's away. I'll say it again when Coaster gets back. But Coaster has been grounded and will start this round grounded.
I am listening. You're all good.
Okay.
I'm just stretching.
I couldn't see if you had your headset on or not. But yeah, so once I get it clear that the stones and everything is good, I'll have you go ahead and head home. But I'll let you know when to do that. You'll start your timer when we start the next hour at home. Y'all, that was crazy. It was a crazy hour. We are at $9,120 raised. Don't forget, we started today with $3,345. So y'all have been killing it. I do also want to clarify, y'all, again, this is just a fun competition. It's a fun event, and the whole point of this game and the competition is to raise money for amazing charities. So I just want to keep that in mind, let everybody know that we're here to have fun, we're here to enjoy each other's company, and raise some money for some amazing charities. All right, our mods are good to go, so let's go over our scores right now. Coaster is in the lead at $340. Oh my god, if I could speak, holy cow. 340 points. Feisty's in second with 227 points. Shy at 208, Serenity at 200, and Cole at 180. In our ore counts, for silver, Feisty is in the lead at 96, Coaster at 70, Serenity at 40, Cole at 10, Shy at 8. In gold, Coaster at 145, Shy at 95, Feisty at 87, Cole at 83, Serenity at 41. And in platinum, Coaster's in the lead with 58, Feisty at 42, Cole at 15, Shy and Serenity, you are tied at 4th place with 6. So that is where our scores all are. Scores are good. So real quick, Coaster, if you want to go ahead and head home before we start this round, so you'll be at home ready. Do y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns before we start our last hour?
I am at home.
All right, well, then let's get this last hour going. Y'all, good luck and have fun! And I'm just gonna say, y'all, if we get to $10,000 tonight, I will guarantee I will be in drag for the next round.
Well, now I'm jealous that you're not in drag for now.
We are $880 away from 10K. Vicky, start a timer for 8 minutes and 53 seconds.
Is it the Kitsu Shrine that's active right now, Amanda?
The Kitsu is active, yes, for arrows. The Silver Wing is also active. So those are the two on your plot that have been activated.
Okay, I'm about to do my Kitsu.
All right, go ahead.
Fur.
What'd you get? Fur? Well,
yeah.
I'm starting an ore compass.
Perfect. Hey, I mean, drag is drag. If y'all get me there, I'll be in drag.
I'm just going to use my grounding to do a quick bathroom run. I'll be right back.
That's fine. And then just ungrounding is available if needed when you get that price too, if somebody donates. Chaos Gremlin. Lindsay is a Chaos Gremlin. Chaos, Gremlin. Speaking of that, our next round, exclamation mark next charity, we'll let you know who's in that round, but it is going to be on the 11th of this month at 4
I was
p.m.
just at my Kitsu and I got fine arrows.
Fine arrows. Who got the fine arrows? Cole. Cole, fine arrows were 15 points. 15 points to
Heck
Cole.
yeah.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm waiting. I can't do that one. If that's what you're asking, I can't do that one. Look at that one.
And yeah, exclamation point pride.
All right. Another twist has been unlocked. If you all right now go and see if you can fulfill a request. If you can fulfill it, then you will get 20 points. So open up the
I can.
Fulfill them, and then you'll get 20 points. So that was Feisty, yes. Cole,
Yes.
yes. I see Shay,
I don't
yes.
have weeklies looked at yet.
Can I just do another public service announcement? You guys, the twisted trees do not drop seeds. So if you're seeing people requesting them and you want to hold on to your twisted trees, please don't let them go.
Serenity, were you able to?
I did.
Okay, Serenity was a
I don't know
yes. Cole was a yes.
Yes.
Coaster, were you a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then so everybody was a yes on that one. Everybody got those points.
Yeah, there we go.
Feisty, you just got gifted 2 pieces of platinum.
Thank you.
Y'all made me so tired of work today. I can feel it already.
Hi, Nero. Nero, this is still going on. You can still donate like
You're
$20
not
and give me
muted,
an ore
Shy.
compass, please. Oh, sorry.
You're good, love. All right, 53 minutes left, y'all. 53 minutes left. Thank you guys so much for all the donations, hanging out with us. And I know, right? Went to no one to everyone. The way it works, I guess. Can someone do exclamation mark charity rank for me? Okay. I just wanted to see where everybody was at on this. We might have a whole new set of top 5 from this round. I don't know. We'll see. Feisty, you just got gifted 2 more pieces of platinum.
Thank you.
Pieces of platinum.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I need that ruby.
We'll see, though.
I need a sapphire to get the extra bonus points for the rainbow. Try to catch up a little bit. That's one thing about this is, like, there's so many different ways. Like, people can donate, people can, you know, you can get extra points with the twists. It's not just mining and getting the points. There's so many different ways to get points in this. One of them being getting a rainbow worth of stones here. So that's what I'm after.
What do we need left? Let's see. Cole needs sapphire, amethyst, and ruby. Feisty needs a sapphire and a ruby.
I need to find some naturally is what needs to happen. Where is this? Where is this? Ooh, it's up top there. Go up, up, up. I was just about to use my horse, and I'm like, I'll probably end up going off the edge.
Feisty not using her ore compass.
Okay. These things just keep popping up in the same area, and they keep going back and forth. With the
Or is it hidden? Oh, I think it's hidden underneath her bar.
I was hoping this would be platinum. Be platinum!
That's why I can't see it. I got it. Okay.
All the hype, you guys. All the hype.
Alright, y'all. 20 minutes left before time, saboteuses, and incentives end. That also means, Coaster, you are free to go. Before time, saboteuses, and incentives end. Ziggy, stop. Coaster, you are free to go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Coaster, you just got gifted 30 pieces of silver and 10 pieces of platinum. Coaster, you just got gifted 30 pieces of silver and 10 pieces of platinum.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. I am going to start my next ore compass as well.
Yes, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I guess we're not getting the silver.
My next ore compass as well.
We have spies. Hey, stop talking strategy.
Green, welcome in. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day. Hello, I'm a Mandalay. How you doing today? Your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the raid. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day. Palia's going good. I'm not in the game. We are doing the Great Palia charity hunt right now. We're in round 3, and we have 5 amazing streamers competing right now. We are in our last hour of this round. But here are the 5 streamers right now that are competing for this event.
During cooking yesterday, I did. If you guys didn't see, if you're not in my Discord.
Serenity, you just got gifted an amethyst.
Or almost in half.
Serenity, you just got gifted an amethyst. We are at $9,460. So $540 more for me to be in drag on the next round. $540 more for me to be in drag on the next round.
Silver would be great to.
When we get Amanda and Drag, I think probably like 40 minutes. All right, I think I repair and maybe I can get
Oh,
And try to
Balance,
get a
hello,
platinum.
Balance.
And then get
Also,
the head out of there.
thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. If you do need a raid and run, go. I totally understand it. Go to the stream and all that jazz.
Okay, repair.
Serenity, you just got
47
gifted a
minutes.
piece of
Okay.
platinum.
Let's try to get a platinum with that person to break the tie.
Serenity, you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Oh!
Want to get food? Yes,
Lovely,
food.
thank you for the
Get all the
platinum.
food.
Also, I'll probably
Hi,
get
Luna's
one more in case
BC, right?
somebody, whoever that person is who was tied with me, in case their community donates for a platinum.
Shy, you just got gifted an ore
try
compass.
to
You
get
can either
one
use it
manually.
right
Thank you,
now,
Wolfie,
or
I
you can
appreciate
wait
it.
until after the half. After the half mark.
Where to go?
I will go ahead and use it.
All right, go right ahead. That'll be after the half mark.
I will go ahead and use it.
All right, go right ahead. Serenity, you
Anonymous
also
again.
got a party
sure it's
up
multiple
if you want to
anonymouses,
use
but,
that.
You know, I'm gonna bunch
Serenity,
them
you
all into
also got a party up if you want to use that.
Ooh. Oh.
You have to start it within the next 6 minutes, or you have to wait until after the 30-minute mark.
Hey, my party, Brandon. Wait, Disney's gone. She's still in
You,
the VC.
You have to make sure you start it here in the next 5 minutes, or you have to wait till after the half is up.
You
have
available?
to make sure you start it here in the next 5 minutes, or you have to wait till after the half is up.
Okay. Can you guys all get to the Elderwood Central Stables and then tell me when you are ready with the party and everything? Don't.
So do with that information what you will. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Feisty, you just got piece of silver donated.
My brain has become delirious.
Feisty, you just got piece of silver donated.
Thank you.
All right. Let's keep going. Oh, Palium. Could you please give me some Palium?
That means we have $475 more for Amanda to be in drag.
That would be lovely.
That means we have $475 more for
Carolina.
Amanda to be in drag. Be safe. Be safe.
Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close, y'all. For her to be in
Feisty, you just got gifted.
What do we got? $50.
Hold on, give me 1 second here.
Yes.
Feisty, you just got gifted. Yeah, it is right. 10 pieces of silver. 10 silver.
Come on.
Thank you. And math can be
It
hard.
is right. 10 pieces of silver. 10 silver. Well, the comment said 10 silver, but the incentive said 9, and I had to look at the math right. So I don't know what happened.
Exactly. See, math is hard.
The incentive said 9, and I had to look at the math right. Coaster, you just got gifted 5 pieces of silver.
The shade. The absolute shade.
Coaster, you just got gifted 5
Let the
pieces
silver
of silver.
wars begin. It's not frogs and crabs. It's silver wars begin.
Man, this is just
it's not
like
frogs and crabs. It's silver. Thank you guys for the donations. It's platinum versus.
All right, y'all. That means we're now $400 from 10K. All right, y'all. That means we're now $400 from 10K.
Oh my. My ore compass ended, by the way.
Oh,
I'll
thank
wait
you.
till the next round or next half.
Yes, please.
My ore compass ended, by the way. I'll wait till the next round or next half.
That also means now, yeah, you're out of ore compasses.
I forgot to change.
After that one that you used in the first hour, yeah.
No, I didn't.
just checking. Do I have an ore compass?
Who was that?
This is Cole.
Oh, sorry. No, you were out of ore compasses. Coaster
Okay,
has
thank
one
you.
more
This is
left
cool.
that they'll be able to do after the hour start. No, you were out of ore compasses. Half hour starts, and so does Feisty. Coaster has one more left that they'll be able to do after the hour starts. Half hour starts, and so does Feisty. And Serenity has a party up that you can use after the half hour mark. And Serenity has a party up that.
Is it too late to use it now?
If you go like here in the next minute,
After the half hour mark.
you gonna start it now?
I'm right in front of my
Okay,
party.
Go ahead. If you go like here.
Guys, can I get that invite? I'm
start it now?
right in front of my party.
All right, go ahead.
Guys, can I get that invite? All right, I'm going down.
Perfect.
Amanda. I'm going down.
Just so you guys know too, that in the last half, Amanda is going to be talking a lot because keeping us all up to date on what we can and cannot do, what's turning off for the incentives.
Donate to the gays.
Update with the changing scores in a live by live basis. So just so you guys know, I won't have a lot of chance to really chat. Oh, there's not this stinking ore. But what if this is a kitsu? Thank God.
Let's have nothing.
Oh yeah, no.
Nothing.
I learned from Amanda of hitting rocks.
Listen here, Feisty.
I'm just checking to see if you're listening. That's all.
Listen here.
You say you're always listening, but are you? I'm just checking to see if you're listening. That's all.
Johnny.
You say you're always listening, but are you?
Johnny.
I'll remember that for your solo round. Just saying. How very dare. I'll remember that for your solo round. Just saying.
Cool, you just got gifted 5 pieces of silver.
That's what make you make it.
And Feisty, you got gifted 2 pieces of silver.
Thank you.
Feisty, you got gifted 2 pieces of silver.
Oh no! Thank you. I'm telling you, it's the silver wars. Just give me my ruby so I can get back to Kilda. Or give me my sapphire and ruby. It is the
Serenity was gifted 2 pieces of gold. Serenity was gifted 2 pieces of gold. Serenity Love, just so you know, you got gifted 2 pieces of gold.
That makes me
Yeah.
we're gonna sneak up behind and steal some more points. So the way that the ore points goes, guys, is the person who's in first gets 20 points, second is 15, third is 10, I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
All right, y'all. We now have less than 10 minutes left of timed sabotages and incentives. All right, y'all. We now have less than 10 minutes left of and random chaos as well is on that board of going away in less than 9 minutes now. And random chaos as well is on that board of going away in less than 9 minutes now. I thought so.
I swear if these are white stones, I'm gonna riot. Only 4 behind Ty on silver?
I mean, Kosher, you know that Pride was a riot, so just riot already. I mean, Kosher, you know that Pride was a riot, so just riot already.
I swear if my ore compass keeps leading me to large white stone, I am gonna riot. I swear if my ore compass keeps leading me to large white stone, I am gonna riot.
But does Whitestone still not bring you stones?
I'll provide you the bricks.
It does, but it's not the stones I'm seeking.
Stones.
Shy, you just got gifted an amethyst.
It does, but it's not the stones I'm seeking.
Shy, you just got gifted an amethyst.
Is it still morning for you? It's 12:38 p.m. on Sunday.
We're not $305 away from 10K.
Come on, Kitsu.
We're not
Do we-
$305 away from
How are
10
we on
today.
plat? Are we like got a good lead? Like, are we comfortable with going to silver?
Let's
think
get
we-
some natural.
Strategy, y'all.
big orb.
Strategy's happening.
Manifesting big chuck platinum. 5 platinum with that. Yes. See, I'm working it. I'm working as hard as I can. Shh, don't tell them. More platinum would be nice. Oh my goodness. Come on, server. Ooh. This little lag spike. You meh.
Oh my goodness, y'all.
Something good. Like some more platinum. More platinum, please. Ruby. Ruby? Ruby. 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 Please. Ruby.
It's good. We are currently raising money for It Gets Better, which is a LGBTQ plus nonprofit. They raise money for resources and stuff for the youth of the LGBTQ plus community. And so there is a link to where you can donate to help gift me gems and stuff that get me points and or sabotage other players.
You're getting close to the end, y'all. Getting close. All right, y'all. 5 minutes left to get those timed sabotages and incentives in. If you want to get those ones in. Again, regular sabotages and regular incentives will still continue after that 30-minute mark, though. Or after this 5 minutes. Again, regular sabotages and regular incentives will still continue after that 30-minute mark, though.
I am 1 point in the lead at second.
5 minutes,
You
less than
guys
5
got
minutes
pods?
left of time sabotages and incentives. If you guys want to get those in, I would get them in now. Also,
Hey, Amanda,
you have
did I get anything?
2.5 minutes left.
Okay.
You
Did I
did.
get anything for getting a potato pod in my
Oh yeah, no potato. No
when
pods.
mining?
No pods.
Dang it.
Good try.
What a rare occurrence.
Right?
My flapper is gasted.
Alrighty, I will be back down here in 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
If y'all could hear what I'm listening to while riding on my horse, it's pretty majestic.
Points, okay? You
I
can't
know,
blame me
I know.
for trying.
We all felt that.
Absolutely.
Surely-
That is the right decision.
Surely that's a rare event. I don't know. I've never had that happen to me.
Jasper,
Ooh,
sweet.
Jasper, nice.
Oh.
It's a glitch quest.
This,
that should count for extra
like, I know
points,
Coaster's, like,
honestly.
far
That's
in the
what I'm
lead,
saying.
but,
And
like,
I was
the
do I get
second
any
place
extra
competition-
points for that? Because, like, what do
It's
you
so
mean I just got a
crazy.
potato pod? That's not supposed to be how that works from a thing.
So crazy
Got
how
one
tight
right here.
these scores are.
I've never seen that in my entire life, and I've only
Apparently, so chat.
You know what'll be real cool right now? Us mining another ruby. That'd be cool. We're gonna do it. Manifest it. I just gotta find more ore.
Do this again
What?
because it's so fun. I think I would do this again.
I hope so.
Hey, we got some platinum. Yeah, I totally think I would do this again.
Jeez. We have a lot of work to do if we want to have any chance of getting into the top 5 scores for the month. A ruby ring and a necklace? That's so nice. See, I mean, I think rubies and stuff are really nice, but the red's not a strong favorite color for me. So I don't know if I would actually wear something like that.
You're okay. I can't move it.
All right, party's up. Party's over.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
Again,
Bye, everyone. Thank you. Oh, party with amethyst as the end is perfect.
Sapphire, amethyst. Those would be my two favorites.
2-minute warning, y'all. Less than 2 minutes left in the half, y'all, before we have our last pause.
I think you get more rubies in the game.
Less than 2 minutes left in the half, y'all, before we have our last pause.
You need ring pop? I mean, ring pops can be good too. I heard the booty shake. I heard a booty. Booty, booty, booty. Booty shake.
Shy just got gifted an amethyst. Shy just got gifted an amethyst. We're now $215 away from 10K.
Hey.
Less than a minute left before we take our last pause. 10K.
My ore compass is done.
Perfect timing.
Did I say their name wrong?
My ore compass is done.
Perfect timing.
Oof. I don't have an ore compass on, so I keep going into these areas that doesn't have anything. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh shoot, I'm so sorry. Also Amanda, I forgot to turn the music off. So sorry.
Alright, if you're hitting any nodes, finish those nodes and then pause. Pull up your inventories so that our mods can get one last check of the inventory. Hey y'all, our last half hour is left. That's it. Y'all have done amazing. This has been one amazing round. No matter what the outcome of this round is, y'all have done phenomenal job. This is gonna be a round to go in the record books for sure. Also, a quick.
Can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you so much, Amanda, for putting on like an awesome charity event. This has been so fun, and I'm definitely going to do this again.
That's what I like to hear. I appreciate that. Don't forget, y'all, we do this every month. And I'm not gonna lie, like, it's so amazing that we got 50 streamers to participate in this month of June for this event, but we struggle each month to try to get to make sure we get to 5 streamers. And that's all we do each month. It's only 5 streamers. It's one round. Like what we're doing right now, this would be all I do for 1 month in each month kind of thing. So please do keep an eye out and you know, come and join us for other rounds and other charity events that we do.
Big shout out to Amanda and your entire mod team as well.
It takes a village.
Yes.
So yes, a shout out to all of my charity mods.
It does.
Yeah, for real, y'all are killing it.
If anybody's
Even with the
interested in helping, please come in my chat. There's a link that you can sign up to be a charity mod because it takes a village. It takes a lot of people to put this thing together. I cannot do this without streamers competing and moderators helping behind the scenes. So appreciate all of the support and help, including our sponsors. Sponsors. Thank you to Elder Gay Guy for sponsoring the money to pay for the trophies. Thank you to Princess Jen, aka J Allen 445, for sponsoring the money for the mystery outfits, and then also Vanilla Crafting, aka Lilu Paws, for helping design the trophies with me, and then also making the trophies and giving us a really good price on them, because Lilu could have totally charged us way more than they had on these trophies. So I do appreciate all of that. Mods are good. So are we ready to see what the scores are currently?
Let's have it.
All right. Coaster is in the lead at 368. Sky is in second with 253. Hold on, now sorry. Oh. Did y'all hear that out of my headphones? Holy cow, that was loud.
No.
Nope.
Okay, good.
We did not hear it.
Anyways, third place is a tie right now with Serenity and Feisty at 244. And Cole is at 229. This is actually like I know, like, you
They're
know,
really
like most are
close.
really far out like that, but it's really close. So
It's
these
so
scores are
close.
close. Keep in mind the top score right now in the books is 258. So it is still a chance that all 5 of you all may replace everybody that's currently in the top 5.
Dang.
Just so you all know.
Can we sweep? Can we sweep you guys? Take them all off the board.
Also,
have
while
the
I
eye.
finish those scores, I do need to see Feisty and Shy. Both of you all, if you all want to go ahead and head to the Royal Highlands, you guys are there for the first 10 minutes. Please and thank you, and we'll start once you guys get there. This last 30 minutes, just so you know, I will be talking a lot. I'll be letting you all know what scores are, how scores are going, and things like that. It'll literally, I'm gonna be like the big announcer, and you guys all will hear it because I'm gonna unmute. So you guys can know where you guys are at with scores and stuff. Okay. I did not go over ores yet, so I'll do that while you guys are traveling. In silver, Feisty is in the lead at 109. Coaster at 105. Serenity 40. Shy 29. Cole 15. In gold, Coaster's in the lead with 145. Shy at 120. Cole at 100. Feisty at 87. Serenity at 58. In platinum, Coaster's in the lead at 78. Feisty 62. Cole 20. Serenity 11. Shy 6. So keep in mind those points. That's a huge game changer. Those changing around, that can change everything. So keep that in mind. And I will do my best to keep you guys informed of where those scores are going for the ore as well. All right, are you all ready for the final 30 minutes? Don't forget all time sabotages and incentives have ended.
Oh, I'm good.
No more time sabotages or incentives. And then 10 minutes till all sabotages will end at that time. All regular. So all that'll be left at that last 10 minutes are gifting of ore and gifting of stones. Alrighty? You all may begin.
Thank you. I'm going to use my last available ore compass.
Perfect.
And so will I.
Perfect. Alright, y'all. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I didn't get to say hi to everybody when you're all coming in. I appreciate you. Amanda, thank you for coming in. Andy, thank you so much. Not for Amanda, Kathy, and Lindsay, though. I know, it's a lot for me. I also saw a note in here I want to read. This honestly is the best, most organized charity stream I've ever seen. Thank you to you and all the mods and the streamers who participated, and of course the wonderful chat for showing up and turning upside down. And a great thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Freya, I appreciate you. It does take a lot of work. It's a lot of energy, especially this month alone, but it's totally worth it. I have a lot of love for It Gets Better and what they do for my community, for the youth and everything. So it means the world to me to be able to do these events and see how much growth we've done and things like that with it. So thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Let me stayed glued in here so I can see these. You're not going to hear them this last 30 minutes because it's going to be hard for me to unmute them, mute them, and try to talk when we get scores in. Feisty takes a point at 245.
Thank you.
I have to scan these sheets so I can see when things get added and updated.
Yeah.
We'll see in the
Y'all are
middle
gonna
here.
get me emotional. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're not allowed. We're not crying on stream today.
Also, don't forget, guys, we are only $215 away from 10K, which means I will do drag on the next round. $215 away from 10K, which means I will do drag on the next round.
We gotta get to 10K. Huh, who is cutting onions? Cry on stream? Don't tempt me with a good time. Wow, wow. Free the tatas? Wow. Studs.
248 for Feisty.
What did I just get? I don't even know. Cats. No laptop? What do you mean? No laptop? What do you mean no laptop?
Watching these scores like a
Mini update earlier, laptop
hawk,
as well.
y'all. Waiting for them to go up. Watching these scores like a
Do you mean like
hawk, y'all. Waiting for them to go up.
Like with the game, there's an update? I know some people were saying talking about an update way earlier. I don't know, my Steam automatically updates, so I don't see the updates. But people were talking about Xbox having an update earlier. Oh my god, these cats are so sad. Where are we in the yours?
My phone charger, get out of here! I don't need you! I need my earbuds charged. Okay, one of the buds is charging when this one dies.
Oh,
I'll
no.
put that one back in my ear. This is why you're using your wireless headphones. You have one in charge. Oh no, I do have a backup. Even if I didn't just charge that, I do have a backup. I'm good either way. It's just there's gonna be a momentary blip when these die where I won't be able to hear is all. Oh, don't worry. I don't mess around. I like my wireless, but ooh, okay. Well, I'm messing around with not getting this note.
All right, Ruby. Come on, Ruby. They do need their checkups. I have a very busy week of checkups ahead. I bet you do. There's lots of rocks out there. Come
All
on.
based off an inside joke from a mispronunciation. I don't even know. My mod Vamp accidentally called the Phoenix plush a turkey, so it's a fire turkey. And so therefore, she made a fire turkey temple.
Feisty at 251.
Well, the cave disappointed me today.
Feisty at 251. Cole at 234.
It is very accurate.
Cole at 234.
I know. I'm just dressing. Where is everything?
Shy at 257. Shy at 257.
Just
That's a
They'll-
game
they-
changer,
yeah,
Lindsay.
they'll be working
If
on
they can get
getting,
that.
a replacement Giga for sure.
That'll put them in second place.
I don't think they can like do another citrine. Change it once it's in our hot little hands. So they need to. Something happened with the Giga. It didn't grow. It didn't Giga. So they will be fixing it. They probably changed it so that it wasn't the same name, or that it was the same name. 'Cause it's the same size. And they'll probably
Right, Feisty at 253. The Shy is 257. Right, Feisty at 253. The Shy is 257.
We're in fourth now.
Third.
Oof, that's all I have to say.
Shy at 259.
Third? Oh, third.
Shy at
Yes.
259.
Sorry, I can't read. Oh, that was the other way.
Can I has a ruby? Yes, manifest everybody. Ruby, ruby, ruby. Think ruby thoughts. Ruby dooby doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Come on, Ruby Roo. Ruby Roo. I want to get my rainbow.
All right, y'all. 10 minutes left for sabotages. 10 minutes left for sabotages.
Right,
20 minutes left in the
left
competition.
for
sabotages. 10 minutes left for sabotages. 20 minutes left in the competition.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Ah! Panic! Panic at the disco! Panic at the disco! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please, Ruby.
Your all's timer for being in the Royal Highlands is over.
Thank you.
Shy just got gifted an amethyst. That puts Shy at 264.
I haven't looked, so I don't know.
We are now $165 away from 9K or 10K. $165 away from 9K or 10K.
Platinum is so chintzy. Still going after my rainbow.
Shy at 264, Feisty 253, Serenity 244, and Cole at 234. Coasters up there with 368. And Cole at 234. Coasters up there with 368. Feisty got an extra platinum, puts her at 63. The Coaster's 87. Feisty got an extra platinum, puts her at 63 to Coaster's 87.
Yeah, platinum was great.
Cole at 239.
More slime.
Cole at 239.
Ah, okay, cool. Found it. Beautiful disaster. Hello, hello. How you doing? Come on, Starstone. Show us some love. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing good.
Feisty, no drowning. Especially drowning your horse. How rude.
Hey, it was really quick
Feisty, no
unstuck.
drowning.
I mean,
Especially drowning your horse. How rude.
hey, it was really quick unstuck. I mean,
Shy at
besides, I'm not
265.
Yes.
It's not Hossian horse, so it's okay. Besides,
Shy
I'm
at
not
265.
It's not
Amethyst,
Hossian horse,
amethyst.
so it's okay.
I know, right, Lizzie? Coaster at 373.
Let's go.
I know, right, Lizzie? Coaster at 373. Coaster at 373. Serenity at 245.
Oh, 100 meters quick before it runs out.
Serenity at 245.
Run. It's not that one. Where is it?
Feisty at 255. Right now we have Shy at 265, Feisty at 255, Serenity at 245, Cole at 239. 265, Feisty at 255, Serenity at 245, 239.
Amethyst, let's go.
My all compass is down.
Perfect, thank you.
My all compass is down.
Oh yeah, mine is too. I don't know when it died though.
It's all good.
Obviously, recently we put it at the same time.
Feisty at 260.
Obviously, recently we put it at the same time.
Feisty at 260. Five minutes, less than 5 minutes. Actually, 4 minutes left for 4 minutes left for sabotages. 14 minutes left in the competition.
Thanks for the sticker.
4 minutes left for
Sorry,
sabotages.
I can't really see the
14 minutes left in the competition.
6 platinum with that one. I don't think that gives me anywhere, but 6 platinum with that one. You guys, what a fantastic round.
Feisty now has 69 pieces of platinum. The coaster's 87. Feisty now has 69 pieces of platinum. The coaster's 87.
Wow, I can't get any more now. No more.
Coaster, I need you to catch me a bug, please. Coaster, I need you to catch me a bug, please. Coaster, I need you to catch me a bug, please.
Not starred, right?
Correct. Any bug.
Okay. That one's done. Not starred,
Hey,
right?
How about a
I have one
fish
right in
now,
front of me.
please?
A fish? Okay.
Any bug.
Okay. That one's done. I had one right in
How
front of
about a
me.
fish now, please?
A fish. Okay.
We now have $145 away from 10K. $145 away. We now have $145 away from 10K. $145
We're doing good.
away.
We're doing good. I have a fish. That'd be kind of funny.
Perfect. Now I need you to go talk to the nearest NPC, please.
I have a fish.
Perfect. Now I need you to go talk to the nearest NPC, please.
Oh my
2
goodness.
minutes left of sabotages. 2 minutes left in sabotages. 2 minutes left of sabotages. 2 minutes left in sabotages. I didn't see this get updated, but just so y'all know, Coaster is at 91 pieces of platinum. I didn't see this get updated, but just so y'all know, Coaster is at 91 pieces of platinum. Feisty, I need you to stop and catch me a starred bug, please.
Esther, welcome in, welcome in. They are gunning for me.
Feisty, I need you to catch a starred bug, please.
It's alright, we got this.
Feisty, I need you to catch a starred bug, please.
Okay, okay. Breathe. Take a second. Find an NPC. Where is an NPC?
Cole is at 241.
There is none
Serenity
here.
at
You're gonna kill him.
248. Feisty 260. Shy at 265. Serenity at 248. Feisty 260. Shy at 265.
Nio wanted to talk to me again.
Perfect. Well, now that you're done with Nio, I need you to catch me a starred bug, please.
Nio wanted to talk to me again.
goodness.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, now that you're done with Nio, I need you to catch me a starred bug, please.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Got my starred buggy.
Perfect. Thank
Starred
you.
bug.
All right, y'all. Sabos are ending. We are in our last 10 minutes. Sabos are being turned off as we speak. We are in our last 10 minutes. Sabos are being turned Gold just got gifted 3 pieces of gold.
There's one. There's one. There's one.
Gold just got
Get over here. I got my starred blue butterfly.
Perfect. Thank you. We are $110 away from 10K.
Which is half of the overall month's goal, which is just crazy.
Correction. We have hit 10K, y'all. We have hit 10K. Coaster, 10 pieces of silver and 2 rubies. We are now at $10,140 raised. Feisty, 262. That put Coaster at 398. Feisty, you just got gifted 4 pieces of silver. Coaster now is at, for silver count, Coaster's at 115. Feisty will be at 113. That change there put Feisty down to 257. Coaster's at 398. Coaster's at 398.
It is.
Feisty just got gifted a ruby and 10 silver. He just got gifted a ruby and
Thank you,
10
thank you.
silver.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
That puts Feisty now in the lead for silver at 123 to Coaster's 115. And puts Feisty in second place at 272 to Shy's 265, Serenity 250, Cole 241.
find my natural
265,
ruby. No,
Serenity
secure it.
250, Cold
Try it.
241.
Try it.
Coaster's now at 393. Went down a little bit because of the change in silver rate. Coaster's now at 393. Went down a little bit because of the change in silver rate.
I appreciate you.
Shy's at 266.
Oh, man.
Shy's at 266.
Trust, I would be donating rubies to myself if I could. I totally would.
29 pieces of silver donated to Coaster. 29 pieces of silver. 29 pieces of silver donated to Coaster. 29 pieces of silver. That puts Coaster at 144 to Feisty's 123.
Okay, you guys are clutch, okay?
That puts Coaster at
You guys are so
144 to
supportive,
Feisty's
but
123. Coaster's now at 399.
Today is killing it.
Feisty is at 267. Shy is at 266. We're now $45 away from 10K 500, y'all. Insane. Y'all are crazy. $45 away from 10K 500, y'all. Insane. Y'all are crazy. We have 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left.
I have unmuted to talk, to say thank you and stuff. But no, I'm muted. Can you hear me, Amanda?
I hear you just fine, Feisty, but not in Discord.
Stream open?
I hear you just fine, Feisty, but not in Discord.
I'm like, muted.
Shy at 271.
Periodically unmute to talk to Amanda. And
Shy at 271.
Cozy! GG's on winning the plushie set. Congratulations to Cozy. Hold on, I gotta get the words off the screen. Congratulations! You better play this damn game, woman. If you're winning these plushies. I'm not chasing you.
What do you call it? Where's the thingy? There it is. Okay. Oh shoot, wait, I can't.
Alright, 5 minutes left, y'all. 5 minutes left.
Okay, we're pivoting. We're pivoting. We're not gonna get the ruby,
Alright,
I
5
guess.
minutes left, y'all. 5 minutes left.
I wonder if I have time to go home. I'm going home. I'm repairing. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get this ruby. We'll get this ruby. We got this. We got this. I still believe. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna see if I can make it. And then run right back to the Elderwood. We're running right back. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Ah. Ah. Go, go, go. Go. Yes. Alright.
Thank you guys for the follow. I appreciate that. Getting your all's rocks in last minute. Who's you getting those rocks
This is
in?
insane. In the best way. In the best way.
Toaster, are you gonna hit 400?
Magi, quit interfering in Mother Embra's work. Ooh.
Toaster, are you gonna hit 400?
Oh my gosh, what? 400 points.
That top score. And they're giving that top score a run for the money, that's for sure. Top score over, like, not for this month, but previously was 500, I think.
The top score last year was 500. The top overall score is 700. The top score last year was 500.
That was October, right?
October, Jupy hit 700.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. That was October, right? Wait, that was
October,
that was a
Jupy
blur.
hit 700.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Oy vey.
Jupy has like a lot of people backing her, and rightfully so. Jupy is an amazing human. Ruby, please, Ruby! Oh my god, can I get a ruby? Can I get a ruby? Can I get a ruby? Jupy is so hot.
2-minute warning. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left. T-Gains, I need you in my chat as soon as possible, please. T-Gains. T-Gains, I need you in my chat as soon as possible, please. T-Gains. Coaster, you just got gifted a aquamarine. Coaster, you just got gifted a aquamarine. That will put
It's
you
not Citron.
over 400. Let's go. That will put you over 400. Serenity, you just got gifted 2 pieces of silver.
Oh my goodness.
405 to be exact.
Sour
Serenity, you
flower,
just got
thank
gifted
you
2
so
pieces
much.
of silver. Serenity, you got another 2 pieces of silver. To be exact. Thank you, T-Gains. Serenity, you got another 1 minute. 1 minute left, y'all. Our score is currently 405 for
Alright,
Coaster.
keep going.
Shy at 271, Feisty 267, Serenity 251, Cole at 241. Shy at 271, Feisty 267, Serenity 251, Cole. Serenity 2 more pieces of silver. Cole got an Onyx. Serenity 2 more pieces of silver. Cole got an Onyx.
Oh my god, $20 for the gaze! Yes!
Last 20 seconds!
$20 more dollars for the gaze! Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Last 20 seconds!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Jesus. Come on. Come on. Ruby. Ruby.
If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause.
Ruby.
If you're hitting a node, finish that Shy node got gifted a Onyx.
GG's. GG's, everybody.
Shy got gifted a and Feisty Onyx. 4 pieces of silver.
Wow, 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 wow. Oh, I need to pause
And
that ad break.
4 pieces of silver. Put up your inventories so that our mods can double check the scores last second. Make sure everything looks good. Y'all, this was amazing. You all did phenomenal. Y'all raised over $7,000 today. Today alone.
That's just amazing.
That is so amazing.
Absolutely phenomenal. And now we are over halfway for the month. And we're only in round 3. So I'm just saying
you're gonna need to raise that goal.
Well, and here's the thing I'm gonna tell you all, and I said it on my stream. I don't think I was with all of y'all when I did it, but the 20,000 was being very conservative. We did raise 26,000 last year. So if we can hit 30,000, that would make my day. And I don't know, a lot of y'all probably don't know. We started this 2 years ago. This is our 3rd annual round of the Pride event. We started it with the Pride event 2 years ago. And I originally had our goal set for $1,000. It was just going to be $1,000. We'll see how it does, you know. We beat that in the first round where we raised 22,000 something. We ended up making 7,500 that month. And then we increased it, obviously, raised $26,000 last year. And then now we are on track to making, actually, honestly, we're on track to making over $30,000 this year. So, absolutely amazing. All right,
That's
mods are
phenomenal.
good.
That is
So good.
The final scores, and I believe that puts 4 of you all in the top 5 now. Toaster with 405, Shy at 273, Feisty 267, Serenity at 251, and Cole at 243. Just so all of y'all are aware, had Cole gotten his ruby or their ruby, Cole would have surpassed all 3 of you all, I think. So it was close. It was very tight. Very, very tight. Yeah, thank you guys so much. This was an amazing round. You all did phenomenal.
That's so amazing.
This was so awesome, and I'm so glad that I got to like compete with all you cool cats. And like,
Same.
this is my first charity stream, so like, not bad for
Aw.
a first. Not bad.
You killed it.
Killed it.
Mine too. Put
Thank you, guys.
into a better
First two,
charity
yes.
and a better hosted program. Amanda, you make this like a smooth sailing competition, truly.
I'm glad
Yeah,
you
the
all
maps.
feel like it's smooth.
You guys are just panicking in
See
the
the
back.
behind the scenes. It's fine.
Hey, it's not, and then with like the technical difficulties, it's not a stream if there's not some sort of technical difficulties.
I mean, we have dealt with worse. My internet went out in the middle of one of these rounds that we've done, so that was fun. So we've had our technical difficulties, and we've made things work. Just a heads up, all of you all, if you all don't mind, when you all end today and you get your little, info about your stream, if you can either screenshot it and send me the whole thing, but all I'm looking for is your unique viewers. It'll be very beneficial for me as I'm trying to grow this and I'm trying to push this to get sponsors. Like, we had, individual sponsors this time, but I would love to get some businesses to sponsor these events. And if I could probably get more sponsors, that means I can get more, gifts for our streamers and stuff like that. But if I can show them how many, viewers see this event and things like that, that helps me to show them the value in supporting this event. So if y'all can send me your unique viewers, DM me in Discord, that would be amazing and very helpful for me. We have another round on the 11th. And y'all made me now I'll be in drag that day. So now I'm in drag. On
What
the
are
11th.
you dressing up as, Amanda?
I was gonna
As
say, when is the
Amanda.
next one? The 11th?
Yes.
What time is that one?
4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Is that's Droopy's round?
It is Jupy's round.
Oh, that's a good round to be in drag.
Perfect.
And
That's a really good round.
You're gonna be sweating.
I know, and I have been told that It Gets Better may be featuring that one on their page.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Perfect time to be in
That'll be
drag.
so
then.
amazing.
Yeah,
I'm glad we got
we'll
that
see.
unlocked for you.
Maybe you all like tripled the total. Maybe they'll double it, right? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
You've got big goals this year.
It is lots of goals.
I need to go figure out how many I've been in now. I can't remember.
I can't even remember anymore.
Are all the signs? Because there were some rounds,
I'm
early
missing
rounds
signs.
that didn't.
Yeah, I'm missing
I don't
signs.
remember.
The limit
I'm
does
too
not
old.
exist.
Don't forget again. So also, Coaster, I will need you to DM me your address so we can get you your trophy for your round.
Sounds good.
And then
Thank you guys so much
I
for
think
everything.
we're following each other in the game. If not, send me a friend request so I can make sure to give you your mystery outfit as well when I'm in the game tomorrow.
Sweet.
But yeah, so there is that all. Also, streamers, I've told in chat as well, my DMs are always open. If you have any feedback, positive or negative feedback, I will take it all. Please let me know. That's the only way we can make these events grow, is getting feedback from the streamers, getting feedback from the moderators, getting feedback from the community. And then just again, a reminder that this is all for fun. It's all for entertainment for the streams and raising money for charity. That is the biggest factor. So keep that in mind when we're doing these events, that like it's all fun and games. It's all made to raise money, and that's why it's done the way it is. So appreciate you all so much. I have to be at work in like an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to get out of here. Unless you all have anything else to say or comments you all want to make before we end.
Just thanks.
No.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you to my fellow competitors as well.
you.
I think it's awesome. The work that the not only for Pride Month and everything, for all of the different months and all the different charities and stuff that you've raised money for, and like what was the sign? I think I read it at the beginning on the plot. It was like 60 something thousand that you've raised so far.
$65,000
Well,
or something.
that's obviously changed now. We are now at $69,552.76.
That's amazing. That's
So-
just
Dang.
crazy. That's just fantastic.
Also, just so you all know, I announced this at the other game too, but Tiltify did recognize because my behind the last page for Tiltify has literally only been It Gets Better, or this charity event. But last year we were in the top 300 fundraisers of 2025.
That is
last year.
amazing.
So
Wow, amazing.
we'll see if we can get ourselves even higher than 300. Top 300.
Look what a bunch of cozy ass gamers can do, hey?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a way to let us cozy ass gamers let our chaotic side out.
For real.
Let the feral out.
Who I know I already got confirmation Coaster is rating out. Is Shy, are you rating out? Or are you staying on?
I was gonna stay on, but my eyes hurt from being so locked in and staring at the screen. I
Okay.
will be rating out tonight.
Next is Feisty. Feisty, are you staying on? Did I even need to ask that question?
Yes, I'll be.
Yeah.
I will be staying on this Saturday.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know so I know where I'm headed. All right. Thank you guys so much again. And again, keep my DMs are open. Just DM me if you have any comments, concerns, or questions. Alrighty. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna get out of here.
Discord cut out for you, Amanda.
Of course it did. Why would it not?
Yep. You just said DM
DM me if you have
and
any
then-
feedback. All feedbacks.
Sounds
We'll
good.
talk to you all later. Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, y'all. We're done with round 3. We'll be back with round 4 on the 11th. We have the 11th, the 13th, and the 14th next week. I believe that's what we have. So be on the lookout for those. Thank you guys so much for all the love and the support today. If we can go ahead and get a raid out message, and then we will head on out. I gotta get ready. Gotta get ready for work. Thank you for the raid out message. I appreciate that. Make sure I spell FeistyStreams correctly. Get your all's raid out message. Again, we'll be back. I'm off tomorrow. I took tomorrow off because I need a break and rest. So we'll be back on Monday to stream. Otherwise, I will see you all then. All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you all for joining me. Behind the lash, we've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The lashers here are like no other, a family that we have found. Through joy and laughter, we've connected. A bond that will forever be renowned. So let's keep dancing and celebrate the friendships that we've cultivated. As we bid adieu, we'll hold this night close. The memories like a sparkling rose. Time to say goodbye.